So welcome to Jesse Fast 2021. This fast was intended originally to run from February the 17th to April the 1st for the whole period of Lent of 2021. It was cut short at 19 days into the fast due to various reasons which are revealed in the information contained herein. The idea behind the fast was simply to explore what happened under the conditions of a fast with respect to sort of creative production. When consumption in general is ceased, what happens to production, and how far can that go? It was revealed during the fast that there seems to be a degree of limitations with regards to energy, although I feel that perhaps in hindsight the fast could have continued for longer and have seen what would have happened under those conditions, but unfortunately production became extremely difficult, as becomes revealed during the explorations. As you will see, each day a podcast type recording was made before going to sleep. Each one lasts a maximum of 10 minutes in length. During each day, there was also an attempt to engage in productivity for the sake of productivity, really, which ended up being sort of somewhat formalized into the format of a piece of writing resembling a poem, kind of spoken word, rap kind of thing. And each of those was then presented in a sketchbook with some kind of representations there, some kind of artwork to a certain extent. And then that was then transformed into some kind of musical project alongside each one, with obviously varying degrees of success and failures and interest throughout in terms of the way things were approached, particularly because of the conditions of the fast and how that affected the possibilities of production. You will see that on each day, actually during the fast, I took my vital signs twice a day, in the morning and before bed. The results contained here are just the morning results. As you will see, the total sleep time is provided, the total weight per day is provided, although it should be mentioned that the scales used here were problematic in terms of their reliability. Blood glucose level was measured using a Diaman Smart, which worked pretty well. Blood pressure was measured using an Omron. Unfortunately, that did seem to have problems, and I'm not 100% confident in the results that were obtained. Heart rate was measured using an Honor 5, and that seemed fine. Each day, in addition to the fasting, Wim Hof was completed. A full session, 5 rounds, plus yoga, plus a short meditation session, and balancing. And so included here is also the maximum retention time from 5 rounds of Wim Hof on each day. So hopefully some people will find this interesting. It was a very interesting experience, as is revealed during the course of the discussions here within.
So I just ate my last taco before going to bed. Tomorrow I start this fast, which will run from Wednesday, what's the date? 17th of February until April the 1st. Obviously it's more than 40 days. They say 40 days is the maximum limit for a human being to go without food, hence why Jesus' fast across the period that we call Lent was 40 days long, or that's what they say, not including Sundays. For whatever reason, people say that on Sundays you're allowed to eat, but the plan here is to not eat for 40 days. Well, it's more than 40 days, it's 44 days, I think. I'm going to try and keep a record, some kind of journal, not written. I think it would just be audio files, to be honest. I tried earlier to record a video. Probably I'll upload it to YouTube. I don't know, it seems the most direct and easiest way is just to record your voice. And I don't really like being in front of a camera, so for now I'll just do it like this and stick it on SoundCloud and people can keep track of it there. Particularly because there'll also be a lot of, I guess there'll be some ideas being put onto SoundCloud in terms of the fact that this period of fasting is going to be spent in my friend's music studio, which is still kind of under development, but it gives a space with various instruments, some of which are quite old and strange, to sort of see what happens under the conditions of a fast and see what kind of creative production happens. Obviously, if you'd read the most recent piece, Abstaining from Abstaining, a lot of it's kind of an extension of that idea and how in the past, or at least from my understanding of when people have approached fasting, they've approached it as sort of a form of punishment or whatever, or not being able to understand that if it's replaced with creativity perhaps, and it gives a more interesting experience. That's at least what happened under the 9-day fast that I did back in November or early December, I can't remember exactly the dates, which was impromptu and not intentional. Actually, particularly what concerns me about this fast is the intent that's surrounding it. Not that it's being done for any reason of ego or anything, it really is just being done out of personal interest in to see what happens under the conditions, particularly because the 9-day fast that I did before was so fascinating an experience. But I mean, you know, in that previous fast, it was simply, it began, I didn't feel like eating, then I carried on not feeling like eating, and then day after day I just didn't feel like eating. And then eventually I got to the 9th day, and I still didn't feel like eating, and I definitely could have gone much longer. The reason I ate was because I just felt weak, and I had hurt my left foot, twisted my ankle, and I just felt like I needed some sort of substance to help deal with the sort of lack of energy that I had, and the fact that I was in a new city and I had to actually engage in physical activity beyond what my body was capable of under the conditions of not having food. So this should be more interesting because obviously I'm just going to be inside a house essentially the whole time. So there's more, there's going to be a total sedentary sort of state. So I think it should be more plausible as long as I don't get injured anyway. And so just to see what happens really. But yeah, I think this is probably going to be the best format, particularly because sitting in front of a camera looking at myself recording for 5 minutes or whatever every day doesn't seem like a very appealing prospect personally. I will video some things, so there will be a combination of mediums. Part of this whole project is this medium manipulating meta machine, discourse deconstructing Delta Dream kind of concept anyway, that there should be a disruption of medium. So it may well be the case of putting the puzzle together yourself in terms of the narrative that's building around this fasting. You may need to look at YouTube, you may need to look at SoundCloud. I will try my best to cross-post those things, but unfortunately I've yet to find any easy, free mechanism by which you can just simultaneously upload a file to SoundCloud and YouTube at the same time. It's quite irritating that you can't do that. Like this audio file, it just needs to immediately directly go to both platforms, but there doesn't seem to be any easy way to do that. So for now, I'll just upload it to SoundCloud. I'll probably upload the video that I made earlier, which was just me talking briefly about the food, my last meal, which was a vegan burger, which is a kind of a joke really because of the fact that it's sort of a play on the territorialization of veganism and all of that, with regards to the fact, we have all of these emerging vegan sort of fast food joints and stuff that really sort of, even the burgers and stuff, I mean, it's just like the imitation nature of all of it. Anyway, I don't really want to get into that now. It was simply just the fact that I thought it was important to make some kind of journal entry or whatever before the fast begins. It's not really, there's no, as I said, it's not been made public. I couldn't really bother to talk about it with anybody, particularly as I think many people just find it to be representative of madness or whatever, or really incapable of understanding the background to it, and particularly people always sort of trying to find some motivation behind it that sort of, are you doing the, are you doing this for attention? Blah, blah. No, really is just a personal interest in exploring what happens under these conditions. I'm in a position to do this, which not many people end up in a position to do this because, fortunately I have a friend who has this place that I can do it in, a music studio where I can mess around with sounds and whatever and producing things, creative things, a lot of access to sort of creative materials, really. And so why the fuck not? And more than anything, obviously, with reference to fasting, it's sort of, and it's not because it's not been done before. I couldn't find anyone that's really tried to record an album whilst fasting, but which I think is an interesting idea. But it's nor is the idea for it to be purely musical. So who knows what kind of creative things will happen? There should be a lot of poetry, there should be more written expression, spoken word, different things happening under this experience. Much of the reason for not really wanting to record a journal even was because there's just a lack of desire to really reflect on things, because I think it actually makes the process more difficult. Sort of the journal will be the things that get published, if that makes sense. Like, there doesn't need to be a narrative surrounding the thing. The narrative is contained within the creative expression of the subject during this process. So I think there will be an attempt to try to avoid any kind of sort of meta cognition on the whole thing, and sitting around saying, well, today was a hard day, blah blah blah, bullshit. I don't care about expressing that kind of emotional experience or thoughts on the process unless it seems appropriate or seems important to bring up in relation to something else that's going on. So yeah, I'll just leave it there. Hopefully some people will find this an interesting thing to sort of follow along and see what happens. I will be trying to keep up with this Atheism for Lent thing that Peter Rollins is doing whilst this is happening, and seeing what sort of insight that provides as a sort of source of input. But as was said before, this is meant to be really a very sort of productive output kind of situation, and that's primarily what is being aimed for here. Thanks. So this is an update for the end of day 1 of the Jesus fast that I'm doing here in my friend's studio in Mexico, in Pachuca, home of the Mexican pasty, something that I will not be eating, as I'm not eating anything. Today was a very, very long day of sorting out this house, because what I should have done yesterday and the day before whilst I was here was actually have done anything, but I didn't. And so it was clear that everything had to be cleaned. There was so much concrete dust just everywhere, and so it took a long time, and finally, after hours and hours, made a bedroom, got things sorted out. As you can see, if you look on the YouTube channel for Unchanged to Change, you'll find some visuals, not really much in the way of commentary. As I said, this is kind of just, it looks like I'll just be using these two platforms, like filming something when I think it's worthwhile to be filmed, and then the rest of the reflections happening in a audio format, because I can't be bothered to write, at least not write about journal entries about fasting. Maybe do some creative writing during this period, but who knows. I just wanted to reflect a bit on the feelings, which I said I didn't want to do too much, but just to acknowledge today that I didn't really get anything done that I wanted to get done as such. It was somewhat rewarding, obviously, sorting out the place, which is a general experience. I think, like, living as a nomad, when you just go somewhere for a month or whatever, it's quite nice to get it set up to some degree where you want it to be. Sort of moving around spaces and stuff is always pretty rewarding. Interesting to know why that is. I mean, it's interesting here, as also the case in Zipolite, in Cuba, etc., where because of the limitations of the place, because it's not, luxury as such, you have to kind of use your initiative a lot of the time to get things done. And that begins a sort of positive process in the mind, I think, in terms of what you're doing, in terms of operating, and not just being really sort of makes you less passive in your life, really, because otherwise, when everything's just there and given for you, it's too easy. You don't really have to do anything. Example today was just trying to take a shower at the end of the day because there's no hot water here right now, and the way that my friend has designed his shower is just not good, and so you turn on the water and it just sprays everywhere and the whole bathroom gets soaked. Reminded me of Korea, where that seems to be a thing, where they have bathrooms that are just open, and so when you take a shower everything gets wet, because they don't bother having shower curtains or enclosed showers, which is strange, but you kind of get used to it. There is a way to manage it, but anyway. But yeah, I wanted to get something recorded today, music, because the idea originally was to sort of make a musical recording every day to try to sort of see the progress through things, but we can just count this as day 0, really, just because it took so fucking long to get everything sorted out today. But tomorrow definitely can just start fucking around and seeing what comes out. The only concern really is that the sort of quality of the instruments and etc is just very, very limited, to the point of being unsure about the actual added value there is of being here. I mean, it's useful having a drum kit, but the drum kit seems to be in a fairly poor state, and so it's going to be hard to get it to a level that's going to be usable. But regardless, I mean, it's still a space in which you can kind of fuck around. Just not sure about the soundproofing, because there isn't any discernible soundproofing up at the moment, so it could piss off the neighbours, and I can't really bother to be in that position, so to see where that goes. In relation to the fast, I don't know, I've not been feeling that good about it today, to be honest. Just feeling somewhat anxious about it, feeling sort of back to this sort of what I called before once, like hyper interospection, sort of having this really heightened awareness of what's going on in your body and feeling like you can feel different things. Like I mean, the other thing, I checked my blood pressure and sugar levels. Both were okay, but blood pressure is slightly raised, beyond, which has happened before when I've done fasts. But it's all within normal range at the moment anyway, so I keep track of that. But those sort of small changes kind of can be somewhat alarming, and you kind of begin to pay more attention to your body as a result. I mean, it's a good question whether it's actually wise to keep track of vital signs during this kind of fast. I'm in two minds about that. It's interesting for sort of scientific purposes and just have a track of what's going on, but then it also gives you more awareness, and so can lead to certain degrees of sort of unnecessary awareness of what's happening, if you know what I mean. Because then you might, if you do have high blood pressure, then you're going to start worried about that, and that's going to lead to just become all psychosomatic. So it's hard to sort of draw the line between those things. What else was I wanted to talk about? Well, just the general feeling of, the hunger has not really been, there's definitely felt more hungry than the previous fasts I did, because, apart from, I've been doing these fasts on Sundays quite regularly, and I guess it feels similar to that. Right now I have a very strong desire to eat, and during the day, although it's subsided now, was just having a headache that resembles the headache that you get when you are dehydrated. So those are the sort of physiological symptoms. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. Right now, the idea of 40 days just seems extremely daunting, and it also, I don't know, that's what I wanted to talk about, was more that the last fast was very much sort of, I guess it took place in a hypomanic state, if you want to look at it in those sort of terms. I don't really like those terms, but took place in this sort of similar moment to Cuba, where there was a sort of big breakthrough, which also led to feelings of, you could say, there was definitely sort of feelings of delusions of grandeur, perhaps, and paranoia. Really sort of psychotic, schizophrenic symptoms, you could say, if you looked at it in psychiatric terms. But those were both very positive in terms of driving behaviour, particularly driving the immediacy of behaviour. And right now I don't seem to really have those symptoms, such that there's sort of a general feeling of just malaise, I suppose. There's just sort of kind of, was this a good idea? A real questioning of whether it was wise to kind of put yourself under this pressure to do this kind of thing. Particularly because, I've told myself that I'm not going to force it and just see what happens, but I don't know. It's definitely a daunting prospect at this point, but it's going to be interesting to see where it goes. Just need to really find, as I've said before, make sure that there's a sort of constant creative outlet, and there's a real urge to do something there. So I've got to, that's tomorrow. Once music starts flowing, then hopefully there'll be a more clear sort of compulsion, I suppose, which was what made it so easy the first time doing this kind of thing. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Try and keep these things to 10 minutes.
With intent and movement unmet, the disabled desire, but to invoke an empire of descent. Capable through Lent of distancing from the contempt of the content of consumption. Marked with intent, a movement unmeant to disable desire, but to invoke an empire of descent. One capable through Lent of distancing from the contempt of the content of consumption, a Lenten subject, marked with intent, a movement unmeant to disable desire, but to invoke an empire of descent. One capable through Lent of distancing from the contempt of the content. Consumption. Yeah, Lenten subject, marked with intent, a movement unmeant to disable desire, but to invoke an empire of descent. One capable through Lent of distancing from the contempt of the content of consumption.
So it's the end of day 2. I felt like going to bed now. Very, very tired. Pretty tiring day in general. Even though I got up at like really late, like 12:30. I just felt so tired, was sleeping for ages. Got up and eventually, and then my friend turned up. Surprisingly, he wasn't meant to be here. And he brought the scales which I had requested. So I weighed myself. The scales didn't seem particularly reliable, which was a bit annoying, but ended up with a weight of 65 kilograms, which was surprisingly low. Normally my weight is around 70 kilograms, kind of plus or minus 2, but obviously my weight's definitely been less because I've been eating a lot less in general over the past month, well, since the previous fast, doing more sort of intermittent fasting and usually going Sundays without food. So I wouldn't be surprised if my starting weight was around 68, but that means I already dropped 3 kilos. Unfortunately, I didn't weigh myself before it began. I stupidly forgot to get any scales. So the starting weight is from a day after fasting, so whatever. These are just kind of keeping track of vital signs. The other thing I did today was obviously check my vital signs again. Everything was fine, apart from this evening at 8 when I checked my vital signs at 8 p.m. again after checking them in the morning, and I do have pretty high blood pressure, to be honest, which is I don't know. It seemed to, I checked it a while ago and it was high when I was fasting, so I don't know. Apparently fasting reduces blood pressure, so we shall see how it develops over the few days. I guess it's something I can feel in my body, as I mentioned in the previous reflection yesterday about hyper interospection. I've always had this feeling, and I think now that I always have this feeling in my heart that worries about my heart, particularly as I got diagnosed with Wolff-Parkinson-White syndrome several years ago when I was living in Korea, although that diagnosis doesn't seem to have been confirmed on subsequent ECGs, so who knows. But anyway, it's clear that this sort of feeling in my body that I have, I think, is high blood pressure. I think I can feel the blood pressure quite attentively sometimes, and so that leads to certain interesting situations. In general, today there was, what did I do today? I managed to start a sketchbook, which was kind of part of the plan. Did the first page, wrote a poem. The poem then got transformed into the lyrics of a song that I worked on. The song was kind of just, I picked up my guitar lately and it was just the first thing that came up. It was the first idea, really, although, yeah, there was a little brief idea before. I was going to work on a different idea that had already been developed before the fast, but then it just kind of got thrown away, and so developed out this idea. Unfortunately, I've not got the recording set up done in any way meaningful at the moment, so I was doing it on my phone using N-Track, which is a really good application for doing tracking on your phone. So I recorded the guitar using Dolby, which was quite good. Dolby On Studio for phone, which does a decent mic recording without a microphone. I've got all the equipment here, I just need to get it set up. Tracked that and then decided to track some electric bass. The bass is missing a string. Unfortunately, the bass amp seems to have a problem because it doesn't seem like the electricity in this place is correctly earthed, which is another fucking hassle to fix. It was actually clear that was the case when I was using the interface that I have, that it's not earthed properly, because if I plug headphones into the interface, it's just buzzing like fuck, which is really frustrating. So I have to get that fixed somehow and then begin to track things. Also need to get the drum kit set up because I couldn't get that set up because there just seemed to be parts missing. In general, it's the continued sort of situation of having to fucking work things out. It's the same, like the bathroom at the moment, the hot water doesn't work. If I use the shower, it just sprays water everywhere. It's just these sort of frustrations of a lack of luxury to a certain extent, which is part of the process and has been part of the process in the previous experiences that I've had. If I go back to the Cuba experience, a lot of the sort of generation of change and transformation in the subject came as a result of the need to use initiative in a situation of relative adversity, I suppose. Adversity sounds ridiculous in this context because you still got a lot of comfort, but relative adversity, which leads to the subject kind of engaging in a degree of traversal of the situation. Having to use their initiative, having to use parts of the brain that they don't normally use, or whatever, if you want to think about it in scientific terms, but sort of actually utilizing the mind, thinking a lot about things that you don't normally think about, which is fine and has been provocative. I can feel the same sort of buzz in my body, like sort of strange, because there's a general lack of energy, but there's this sort of definite increase in blood pressure. And I'm sure I've also put on my fitness tracker on constant BPM monitoring, so I'm going to have a look at that in a minute and see how my heart's fluctuated. My BPM, has fluctuated across the day, but it's definitely the case that I don't know whether it's fasting or whatever, or perhaps if I look back to Cuba, it was, it wasn't really fasting initiated, but yeah, perhaps after 2 days of fasting, 3 days of fasting, it led to this increase in blood pressure, which promoted sort of perhaps some degree of transformation psychologically, whatever. If you're looking for a biological explanation, I think it's somewhere there. Doesn't seem to have been investigated that much in terms of how blood pressure corresponds to increased cognitive function, etc. But that seems to be something that happens with me. I don't know why I'm talking about all of this so scientifically right now, but that just seems to be the direction things have gone. So tomorrow I'd hope to definitely get things a bit more sorted out in terms of the organisation of how the studio works. The other problem that I have at the moment is the internet is shit. There is no Wi-Fi in this place at the moment, so I'm having to use 4G on my phone. Unfortunately, Unifon, which is the cheap way of doing internet in Mexico, or it used to be, I still have an unlimited SIM card for that, so you can do unlimited internet. But it's just in Pachuca, it just seems to be shit. It doesn't really work. It seems to work upstairs. If I go onto the roof, or upstairs into the upstairs room, which you've seen on the video, has been changed into a barber room. It does seem to work up there, so I ended up going up there for the sort of last part of this evening to try and upload stuff. But the speed was just so shit, I ended up having to pay 15 pesos for 2 hours of Telcel to get things done. But I don't know. I mean, at least it's warm up there. So it's quite really cold downstairs in this house at the moment. So going up there in the evening isn't a bad idea. I just need to get like an office set up there, maybe just to do uploading. The only concern is sort of climbing up and down the stairs. Once the fast gets in further, it just becomes more and more risky because your body is just weak. And so you really want to try and limit physical exercise as much as possible. The last time I ended on the day I was leaving from Zipolite at the end of what became the end of the fast, I really fucking hurt my ankle because my body was weak and I was carrying too much weight or whatever, so you have to be kind of careful with that thing. Other than that, I managed to upload a bunch of stuff. I was fairly happy with the words that came out for the poem, and then for the song. The song I wasn't really happy with because it's such a rough mix, and it was just kind of all recorded in one take. To be honest, it was just one take. Didn't do any re-recording because just couldn't really be bothered and didn't have the energy. I think it's a good bass idea there. I liked the working between the bass and the guitar because that was interesting. That was something kind of reminded me of what we were doing when I was jamming in the garden with this guy on the violin. I wanted to add violin to that song actually today, but I tried putting a new string on my violin, and it was just ugh. And then I just gave up at that point and just decided to take a rest and then upload things. So that's it. Summary for today. Thanks.
This can't be achieved without a relation of thee. This has been the direction to be a passive unity, opening up the capacity to replace this activity with meaningful productivity, creative subjectivity that manifests an artistry free from the constraints of its conductivity to an audience reflected Suspend a direction to be a passive unity. Opening up the capacity to replace this activity with meaningful productivity, creative subjectivity that manifests an artistry free from the constraints of its conductivity to an audience, reflected back into the self as a failed direction of social health, one oriented towards an emptied object of never-ending discontent, unraveling the ravelled. Fuck.
So day 3 of what I now started calling Jesse Fast rather than Jesus Fast, because who knows, it's a different model. One thing to point out, I suppose, today, a lot more energy anyway. Woke up fairly tired and fatigued, but surprisingly later in the day there was a lot more energy, a lot more mental energy than the previous 2 days, which felt pretty low. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess feeling much happier in general, more content. And finally then just sort of sorted out the studio a bit more, and so I moved a desk in there, made it a bit more practical in terms of recording, although did break a string of my guitar-lele in the process, and it was bloody irritating, and the new string does not sound very good at all, so it sounds a bit crap, and that was the best instrument I had in there at the moment, because it's in the best condition of any instrument in there, to be honest. Unfortunately, the bass, which I started using and am enjoying using, the action is really quite high. It's really hard to get the notes right, so I have to just kind of play basic stuff and keep it simple. But I don't know. Been fairly happy with the stuff that's been produced so far. There's good ideas there. There's just sort of a bit of a mess in terms of the recording and generally the process, but I mean that's kind of part of the point. I mean, a lot of the whole point is everything again today was done in one take, the first take, as many musicians seem to attest to. The first take is usually the best one, so you just keep following that format really and see how things go. What I thought was interesting is just the way that it's being recorded, where it's kind of just not following a traditional format of trying to start with the rhythm section or anything. It's more just a mix of things. Anyway, one of the things I wanted to talk about today was how in the previous fast that I did drink coffee. In this one I'm not doing that because, and I think it's become clear that it's sort of, coffee just became sort of a way to fulfill that consumptive kind of desire in the last fast to a certain extent, although it definitely was used instrumentally as a way of just sort of keeping alert and keeping things going. So I mean, in that respect, I guess it wasn't, but at the same time I felt myself sort of very much being like, God, I wish I could have a coffee. I'd love a coffee. And it's kind of the refusal to fulfill that desire and then redirect that lack of fulfillment towards sort of positive desire, I suppose. Creativity is kind of the point. I mean, it seems to sort of resonate with things that Deleuze says about not understanding desire as being of having its source in lack, but rather seeing it as a positive thing. Although I haven't read enough into it, that's what I understood by what he was saying. And it certainly seems to be that way. And I mean, I suppose extending on from that, apart from the fact that it's, well, related to that was the notable thing today of just sort of certain pleasures that you get from minor things because of the relative, lack of pleasure that you're kind of having, I suppose. So, I mean, one thing that I found pleasurable, particularly the past 2 days, was just brushing my teeth, which is interesting because one of the people, when I was reading up on sort of long fasts before, there's this guy that has this fasting retreat in Costa Rica. His name is something like Loriman or something. I can't remember his exact name, but he says that you shouldn't use toothpaste even during a fast, although it seems he's talking about in relation to health reasons and that you shouldn't be putting any sort of contaminants into your body. I'm not sure. I've got this, Tom's natural toothpaste, so I'm not too concerned about what's going in the body, but it does seem to be sort of slightly pleasurable, and so that's sort of kind of what you're trying to withdraw from here, I suppose, is that kind of pleasure, and then replacing that pleasure with productivity to a certain extent. Well, that seems to be what I'm doing. The other thing that I found pleasurable today was that I took a cold shower, which I expected to be much worse than it was. I thought it was going to be much colder when I got out of the cold shower, but I wasn't. But then I also used a hairdryer to blow dry my hair, which was pretty fucking rewarding, to be honest. But yeah, it just gives a reflection on sort of things that that you take for granted, and how sort of pleasure is very relative phenomena. I mean, the other thing that related to that is just this. I've been having this urge to. There's this TV series that I started watching recently called Counterpart, which is really a relatively good show. It's quite, at least as a concept, it's pretty interesting. Although, as I was saying to my friend, I think in the 90s it would have just been dismissed as a single episode of Star Trek rather than a whole full, 2 seasons of stuff. But it's an interesting concept. But I've been really desiring to watch an episode of that for ages, but I've been telling myself that would also just be a form of consumption that would kind of play into what's trying to be avoided here to a certain extent and replaced with, positive productivity instead. I mean, this relates. I mean, one of the things I think that is interesting in relation to that is perhaps how what's also I'm trying to consciously avoid in this process is sort of input really from the system itself, because sort of embedded within that input, whether it's sort of subconscious, conscious, unconscious, whatever you want to say, and subliminal messages, but I mean not necessarily subliminal, I mean more in the sense of sort of like the movie They Live, that kind of idea of the fact that embedded within the content that you are consuming there is sort of this underlying ideology, obviously, of sort of consumption, of of shaping of your desires, all of that, all of that sort of ideology is embedded within the content that you consume, and so there's a sort of necessity to avoid that, which also relates to an idea that actually comes up at the start of this book that I've been writing about my experience in Cuba, about how withdrawal from sort of the media, I suppose, and general input from the society leads to these kind of opening up of mental space. In the movie Before Sunrise, there's I think it's in the sequel actually. Yeah, maybe it's in the sequel. Anyway, the female actress in that, the female part in that movie
talks about how she spent some time in Eastern Europe before the fall of the Berlin Wall, and how it opened up all of this creative energy and space in her head, because she was sort of free from all of the propaganda of Western society. And so I think that's important sort of to try to avoid in this. I mean, that's why I'm trying to very much avoid looking at any social media apart from just simply to post stuff, which isn't that hard to do. There has been some input. I've been doing this Atheism for Lent thing from Peter Rollins, which I think I might have mentioned already. And so there's been some input in terms of that reading material that he's been posting. I've not really written any reflections in response to those things, but perhaps there's a reflection being written in the things that I'm doing in response to those things. So yeah, generally felt much better today, although it's extremely fucking cold in this room. It must be the coldest room in the house where I've happened to end up sleeping, so I may have to move where my bedroom is, because it's just not very pleasant right now. But hopefully I'll be able to get some decent sleep and wrap up warm with the blankets that I have. So that's it. Thanks again for listening.
Like the barking dogs that represent the furore of a consent for a society trapped in a disgraceful anxiety, endlessly frustrated by fear of what is here, locked in a thinking of unblinking obedience, disguised as an escape from an unrelenting lament of a passivity in the face of unwavering hostility to a disrupting model of machinations beyond the margins of institutionalization, weaving in and out with all the doubts of the fixed, of the frozen, of the forlorn. The barking bovine make their fucking noise, and it fucking disgusts us all deep within our souls. But we are they, like the barking dogs that represent the furore of a consent for a society trapped in disgraceful anxiety, endlessly frustrated by fear of what is here, locked in a thinking of unblinking obedience, disguised as an escape from an unrelenting lament of a passivity in the face of unwavering hostility. Disrupting model of machinations beyond the margins of institutionalization, weaving in and out with all the doubt of the fixed, of the frozen, of the forlorn. The barking bovine, it's us, we are they, we keep on fucking barking in dismay, disgust at our unrelenting dismay.
So end of day 4, feeling totally fine. Really haven't had any physiological effects. It seems like the transition to the other energy sources has happened. So apparently in fasting, from what I read, you transition from using your food stores to using your fat stores, basically. And so that's also apparently when you begin to get sort of some effects from the toxins in your body, because your body is processing through the stored toxins, basically. I mean, the one thing that I've noticed is that my back is really painful. I am effectively sleeping on the floor, so that probably doesn't help, although, I mean, generally it's understood that it does help because, you're not sleeping on something too soft. I mean, I think it's just actually my back had built up for years, lots of pressure, and there's a sort of area of the back which is really painful. But apparently, based on what I was reading too, that's kind of common in fasting, apparently, at this stage, although I didn't have this effect last time whatsoever. But I mean, I was in a different mental state, much less conscious of what was happening. But apparently it's basically just the fact that your body is healing more than anything. So hopefully that's what's happening, and hopefully it will actually fix itself in the process, because that would be nice, because it's been bothering me for a while. But generally, other than that, totally fine. It seems that looking at my vital signs, everything's fine. Blood sugar levels are quite low, but that's just normal apparently. Apparently keeping it between 50 and 60 is fine. So that's where I've been at, and I'm totally in control of it. The blood pressure is totally fine. It went up at the beginning, but then has just dropped back to normal totally now. So that's good. It was a fairly relaxed day other than that. Did some more Wim Hof, which I've been sticking to because I think the breathing is very helpful during this kind of thing. I then did the yoga, which I've also been doing. I tend to finish it with this back stretch exercise. It's just like a yoga. I can't remember the name of the position in yoga because I've never really learnt the yoga names. But you're just facing down and you just put your arms out and you stretch back. But you do that in a company with Wim Hof breathing. And today, I mean, the second time I did it, it was really, really powerful. The most powerful effect I've had of Wim Hof. I was seeing clearly like a bright white light in my head, and it was a pretty powerful experience. It felt sort of moving towards out of body sort of stuff, which was good. So I'll keep trying to do that. The mind's eye, I suppose it's called, whatever else they name it when you focus on that sort of thing above your forehead. Other than that, I mean, I guess, one of the things I was going to talk about was that I kind of getting into an unwanted routine, perhaps. Sort of now it's just a case of I get up, make sure that things have been uploaded, because the internet is really shit. The upload speed's so slow that it's very much a struggle to get it uploaded on the day of, hence why there's a delay with the posts. And then just go and do Wim Hof, then do a bit of sketchbook stuff. Then sit and write a poem, which doesn't tend to take that long, and then transfer that to sketchbook, and then add some details to the sketchbook, and then go and today I ended up spending a lot of time uploading stuff to Buy Me a Coffee, so the page is complete. But did that, and then just work on some music of some kind. So today the music was sort of related to the experience I had on the roof. I think, this is an ongoing experience about sort of the relationship between dogs and how they reflect the contemporary human condition in a large part, which ended up being expressed in the poem to a certain extent. It had already been expressed in a previous poem before, and also relates to sort of, I don't know, I guess it was provoked. Well, it's just barking. I don't know, particularly when you're fasting and, you have that sort of, easily frustrated, easily sort of pissed off attitude. Barking dogs are just the worst fucking noise, and it's just miserable. You just want to fucking kill them, and it's just disgusting. And I just don't. Sometimes it's just beggars belief that people actually keep dogs when they bark like that. I just don't understand. I really don't understand. I would never have a dog that would bark in a vicious sort of way that would piss you off. I mean, I just don't see the point. And I think that's a reflection of sort of the deep self-hatred at the heart of the contemporary human condition. But I mean, I guess that's sort of revealed in the poem and the other works, but it does relate to also to a song that came out last year, which is probably my favourite song of last year, was from a band called Pain of Salvation called Panther, and one of the lines in that song is "A panther in a dog's world," and how important that sort of reflection is. The other thing that I suppose I was concerned about in relation to the fact this is sort of developing into a routine type situation is sort of the way that ends up with it becoming sort of territorialized, I suppose, if that's the best word. Or I mean, one of the things that is crucial to this project is the continuation of that sort of medium manipulation, meta machine, discourse deconstructing, delta dream kind of notion, and this disrupting of medium. But it's much harder than it seems, to be honest, in this context at the moment, because it's sort of just sketchbook studio, poem sketchbook studio. I mean, it's a bit more rich than maybe what other people do generally, but I mean, there needs to be some sort of more of a action-oriented element to it, like was being sort of directed in the practical poetry exercise, but more on my part. I mean, there is action here, obviously the fasting itself, but there needs to be more outreach in some sense. But I mean, I just don't know how to practically get people involved into this kind of activity in a way that's actually transformative in some way. But that has to be thought on. I mean, what was interesting today, I suppose, was the direction, because all of the music is just being done sort of on the spot improv, without any pre-thought really, or any editing of any kind, meaningful editing. You'll hear in the recording today that it was just, I don't know, the audio interface that I have is really crap, and there's just so much background noise that it's really problematic, and there's an earth loop, so if I have the laptop plugged in, I can't record from mic, and I realized that, but then realized that it was still plugged in, so much of it was recorded with the bloody earth loop running in the background, which is just fucking irritating. Now I know that, so it won't be there again, but whatever. That adds to the effect, particularly because the piece that was recorded today is just sort of out there in terms of sort of being experimental. It just kind of, there was just a desire, I'd had for a couple of days a desire to play the double bass, because I'd tried playing it before and it sounded quite cool. And then I just fucked around with it today and just picked it up, and that was really the first thing I could play after I got it sorted out. Very hard to play, to be honest. But it was interesting, and it gave a very sort of, I mean, you'll see the effect that it has in the audio. I then added some drums in too, that was the first time I put any drums in, but I just sat with a snare on my lap and just tapped it because I didn't want to disturb any neighbours, because I was recording it at 2 a.m. Oh no, 1 a.m. But yeah, it's not enjoyable to listen to, that's for sure, but it's part of the point. So yeah, moving forward, I feel in a fairly good positive mood at the moment. It's still sort of daunting to think that this could last for 40, for however many more days, It is 35, but just keep going and see how things go, and keep checking on things. And again, thanks for listening. Please keep up to date with what I'm doing.
is a consumable reality in disguise, over an immanent plurality in their eyes. Transforming the meaning of meaning into ownership, and not the disownership of the dedication to something beyond the self, or its extensions out there all around. The beauty of family is lost in this malarkey, trapped in a way to justify its own centrality. But forever failing to do just that. Incapable under conditions prescribing the ambitions of an individuality foregone. One that fails to understand the urgency of a demand to transform into something more than this, a possibility to traverse the familial fantasy. Those that would prioritize a consumable reality in disguise, over an immanent reality in their eyes, transforming the meaning of meaning into ownership, and not the disownership of the dedication to something beyond the self, or its extensions out there all around. The beauty of family is lost in this malarkey, trapped in a way to justify its own centrality, but forever failing to do just that. Incapable under conditions prescribing the ambitions of an individuality that fails to understand the urgency of a demand to transform into something much, much more than this.
So checking in for the end of day 5.
surprising. It's already day 5. It's going quite fast, I think, anyway. At least the couple past 2 days have, which is a good thing. I mean, definitely getting settled into a kind of a routine, which obviously makes the sort of any side effects from the lack of food or whatever kind of secondary or not very obvious. I mean, I've not really felt any issues as such. Been feeling totally fine. Actually, quite good today, and I was quite happy with the track that I produced. Well, not with the production; it's fucking awful, and the mix is just dreadful. But the riff, the guitar riff, like the whole idea behind the guitar stuff is really good. Unfortunately, you can't hear it that well on the track because the mix is just so shit. There's also good bass ideas. It just got so frustrating to record. Like, the setup I have is just really, really shit. And it was just, my back is still killing me. And I just became so fucked off that I couldn't be bothered to do it anymore. So I ended up, it was the first take, the first recording of the first take of the guitar. One side worked out the complete song. I kept trying to re-record the guitar over and over because it's not exactly how I want it. It needs longer rhythm sections. It needs to be extended out because you'll hear there's one part in the song that's really cool and the vocals just worked really well. The vocals were also just done one take. It was the first take, so I just couldn't be fucked. And when you're doing this on a daily basis, you don't have time. It's just, that's it. It has to be the first take, which is a good approach, I think. It just means you have to get into the groove of really sort of pulling it off the first time round. But yeah, there's one really cool section with the vocals. I mean, I'd definitely like to re-record that song sometime and actually make it into something cool. Because the vocals sound cool and it just works, but it just needs to be longer. Like, the rhythm sections are just too short. Anyway, I'm withering on about the song. There's other things I wanted to talk about. I was going to mention Wim Hof again because that is helping so much to keep me centered. And, you know, every day I just get up, do that. It really, really does help a lot. It's still a bit of a chore, kind of, because that's just always the way Wim Hof kind of seems to function to me. Just because forcing yourself to breathe, because it's such a sort of regularly such a automatic process. When you're forcing yourself to do it, it's kind of somewhat straining. But definitely the yoga's helping, although my back, I don't know. Now it seems to be hurting in a different place. I don't know. It's generally not doing very well at the moment. But I'll just keep doing the stretches. The stretches have helped a lot to make it feel better and to give some sort of relief when you're doing them. So... also, I mean, I was going to say, I was doing the Wim Hof again, the same sort of experience as yesterday with the final exercises, the back stretches. Oh, God, it feels so good. It takes me back to when I first started Wim Hof, which is a year ago now, really, almost a year ago, yeah, because I started before the coronavirus pandemic hit, and then just carried it on and then became really part of the routine in the early days of the pandemic, and it was really, really rewarding. Now, I don't know, yeah, I mean, it's the same, I don't know, it feels like going back there, which, I don't know, I've not been in that place for a while. It's weird how it seems to fluctuate like that, not sure why. The other thing that came up today, I mean, well, the sort of, the inspiration for some of the stuff I produced today was because, well, I mean, I went to this, I briefly turned up to this this conversation room thing on Zoom that this community called Pyrotheology from Peter Rollins that I mentioned before has on a Sunday. It's called, it was after this lecture that he gave in relation to atheism for Lent, which was fairly interesting, actually, and I did ask a fairly compelling question in there, which was about, he seems to want to treat theism as the affirmation in an Hegelian understanding of the sort of development of atheism and theism. But I wanted to make the argument that why can't you just reread it? I mean, which he eventually accepted when he talked about it briefly after, was that actually the more compelling way to view it is that atheism is the affirmation. It's the affirmation of human agency. And so it's better to understand theism as a negation of human agency. And so understanding that God is an excuse for us to not do and take responsibility for the things that we should be doing. But other than that, I mean, the point was, that I was going back to, was that I turned up to this meeting, and it was just people talking about families, and that brought up the work that I produced today, really, which is called the Familial Phantasy. I won't get into discussing it because I prefer to leave it up to the reader to sort of think about what it means. The other thing that I started to think about was, I don't know, for some reason it came up today anyways, was thinking about what to do after this. And actually that's become even more complicated now because I just got the email today detailing this possible job opportunity. It seems that I might be able to get a job at with the same headmaster as my previous school for next year, but they also want me to teach some English classes this year, this academic year in April, and I just don't know. I still just don't know. I've got to work that out, because I was thinking about what to do after here, and it would be so nice to go to the Caribbean, I suppose. I was thinking about doing some cycling in the Yucatan, especially if I can get all the way through this. It would be so nice to have some sort of break like that, I suppose, to finish the year, really. Although I don't know, I'm worried about money really because of the amount of time that's left over until sort of August when I'd start getting paid again. Need to think about this, but it's just something that you don't really want to have to think about when you're engaged in this kind of lengthy fast. I mean, the other thing that I was also working through was whether I want to do production of these tracks and like get them re-recorded and stuff, because oh my god, like thinking about re-recording them is just such hassle. I mean, as I said earlier in this chat, there was a part of this song where I was like, really, that's really cool, and I want to make that into something else. And so, I mean, I guess there are things, and I guess that will continue to come up. So probably, yeah. But I mean, the problem is I just don't think that's part of what I'm doing here. It's really part of the point is that they're just one take. That's it. That's the approach. It's production. It's production for the sake of production rather than production for the sake of an audience or for, people to listen to, really. It's more just doing it for the sake of it. But I mean, you do get to parts where you think it's really cool and you're like, well, that would be nice to develop out a bit more. So who knows? I mean, the other thing, what I thought was probably going to be interesting during this fast was, sort of seeing how the songs and the art that's produced each day sort of, reflects the fasting process, I suppose. But I mean, thus far, it's strange because yesterday I produced that very experimental, angry piece of work that, I don't know, I wasn't in a bad mood, really. I mean, apart from just sitting up on the roof and just having these dogs barking all the time, I wasn't in a bad mood. I've not been in a bad mood, actually. Particularly, the first 2 days I was fucking low, and now I'm in a good mood. This day, though, has gone on far too long. It's already 4 a.m. I don't know how I managed to get to this time, which is annoying because my friend is coming back tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll be here early. Which won't be helpful because I need to get a decent amount of sleep. I just carried on with this track and it just took fucking ages and upload and everything. But yeah, I mean, just to say that what I was saying in relation to that was that sort of, there's not really a consciousness in the art that's going on. It's sort of just happenstance, that just drawing on what's there, and drawing on the materials that are available, both content and physical. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
the reification of nature into a deification of being, subordinating identity into a scene of self as a fixed cause of wealth, rather than a possibility of a reach beyond the stage to some splay self, performing outside established mediums, without the tiresome tedium of a desire to play on a different terrain, one that puts us all at the centre of the game, upending the table to enable a responsibility for the possibility of being a saviour.
Well, to wrap up today, kind of a strange situation in that I woke up, I mean it was starting yesterday, but I woke up with a very swollen gum around my wisdom tooth that I really should have got removed. A dentist recommended me to get it removed a while ago, but never did. And so it's really fucking swollen. I don't think it's infected because I've not got any side effects of infection, but it's definitely impacted, and so it's just a case of the swelling going down on its own. I really don't want to have to go to the dentist in this situation, particularly because taking any medicine would be extremely dangerous in a state of fast. So hopefully it's going to resolve itself. And one thing that helped a lot today, I mean, the pain is kind of strange in that, I don't know, I feel like I'm enjoying the pain to a certain extent. I've not found it too debilitating or anything, apart from obviously speaking a little bit. Opening my mouth big is a bit hard. Earlier when I did Wim Hof, it really helped reduce the pain. It's very clear that that's sort of a natural analgesic when you focus on your breathing and do all that. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. Hopefully it's going to resolve itself. But I definitely do need to get it removed. But that's kind of the thing bugging me at the moment. But I guess the pain is a distraction from any other concerns regards to food or hunger or anything like that. So I'm not that I've really been hungry. There's been a couple moments in the day sort of lasted 20 seconds or so or whatever. The music that I produced today was very strange. Very much sort of in the world of just making do with what's there and sort of enjoying the happy accidents. It's bizarre. I mean, it's just I ended up, the interface that I've been using just is really not working well with my computer for whatever reason, or it's just a problem with the interface. Might need to buy another one, it seems. And so my friend bought a sort of direct mic cable, and I plugged that into my USB sound card, one of those small ones. And I don't know, for some reason, once I was in my DAW, it just sort of sped up within the recording. And so I just went with it. And then it was quite confusing because you had to sort of slow down the vocals had to be slowed down a lot for them to fit to the speed, or the lyric, or the words, the spoken word. So it's quite fun, really. It related very much to this discussion that was had in this thing related to pyrotheology, Peter Rollins' group, today too, which was a discussion about play and the importance of play, and really, I mean, enjoying production for its own sake, primary production, which is something that's come up in Anti-Oedipus that I'm reading at the moment. What else was I going to mention? This pain, I mean, the tooth is just not comfortable to talk, really. Well, one of the things that just angered me today, I ended up sitting for about 3 hours posting stuff onto Medium, because I thought Medium is quite a nice platform to have stuff up on. And it was just so tedious in terms of copying and pasting and all of these problems. The other problem was with Mexican Telecom, just sorting things out with Telcel. It's just always a pain in the ass. I mean, I topped up 100 pesos and then got the 15 pesos 2-hour unlimited, and then somehow it stopped and then got rid of all my 100 peso credit because the fee that they charge when it's not on that is astronomical. I don't know, just very stupid policies that are probably not intentional but end up being deliberately there to sort of fucking take as much money from the customer as possible and prevent them from having unlimited internet. I mean, because the other thing, I have unlimited internet on Uniform, but it's just disgracefully slow and unable to be used. So that's why it's just tedious. I mean, it kind of is interesting though, because it's this kind of context that was the same in Zipolite to a certain extent, and it generates urgency in a certain way, and it's just like it angers you, and the anger kind of generates more determination, I suppose. So it's a good source of determination, which is the same with having a limited set of resources, kind of, and having all of these problems. Like, one of the main problems in my friend's studio at the moment is that there's just an earth buzz, and so doing anything with an amp is just impossible, because it's just essentially, I mean, you just got that constant buzz unless you're touching the strings, and it's just, oh god, it's tedious as fuck. And so it still hasn't been fixed, and there's no way to play with an amp at the moment. So just do what you can. But I mean, the music today was because Miguel bought some batteries. My friend bought some batteries for me for my blood pressure monitor, which I ended up asking him for the wrong batteries. And so there was enough batteries available to put into this Casio, really old Casio, like 80s, I guess, like little keyboard thing that's for like playing along to tracks. I don't know. It's really, really weird. And so I just picked that up and just started jamming on that, and it was just funny. And so that just became the basis of the song, which very much related to the sort of discussion that was had about play earlier in the day. So another sort of happy coincidence, really. Which, I mean, yeah, if you read into those happy coincidences, I mean, they're all, it's all sort of piling up together. The other interesting thing, I suppose, in the sketchbook piece today was this sort of pamphlet or this poster kind of thing from a church or whatever that my friend had somehow acquired, and he didn't even tell me that he had acquired it. And then I saw it in this like wall unit in the living room, and I picked it up and I was like, oh, I'm going to use that for something. And then I just realized it was so intimately connected to the idea that I was expressing in the poem. And then I began to sort of edit the Spanish in the work into some sort of agreeable text, basically, because so much of it was just bollocks. I suppose one of the other things that I wanted to mention, well, I mean, going back to what I was saying about urgency, is because it seems that in the condition of fast, you just become much more. There's much more urgency in producing, particularly if you're not. It's just because you're not consuming really. It's just like you're constantly produce, and you just have this constant urgency. And you also become much quicker at doing stuff, I find, at least online to a certain extent. And I don't know, you're just processing things quicker because there's an urgency. I mean, where the origins of that urgency comes from, who knows? I mean, obviously, people would say, somebody like Wim Hof perhaps might say that sort of, sort of engaging with the cold and with these sort of primal sort of experiences of suffering sort of engender that kind of aspect of the evolutionary human condition or whatever. I don't really like that naturalization of the fact, but it is a clear effect of things if you're fasting without consuming, essentially, or as much as possible. But yeah, anything else I wanted to mention? Well, I mean, a friend of mine, my friend also recorded a video today. I haven't been doing any videos. It would be nice to have everything on YouTube, but it's really hard to get everything across from SoundCloud, and just can't be bothered. So everything's just going up there. Besides, I think a lot of this will just be sort of a compilation of things that's shared at the end anyway. Health-wise, I did I mean, there doesn't seem to be side effects of the swelling at the moment so much in terms of like fever or anything yet, in terms of, hopefully not in terms of any infection. I'm trying to keep it as clean as possible. I need to get some salt and just rinse it. But other than that, it's sort of my blood pressure was high earlier for some reason, but I'm losing confidence in that blood pressure monitor, to be honest, because it doesn't seem to be very reliable. Checking your blood pressure in 3 goes, one after the other, it doesn't seem to give very reliable readings, which is exactly the same as the bloody scales that I have, which
don't seem to be indicating much, change in, I don't know. Today, for example, there should have been a decline over the day in terms of weight, but there was just nothing. So fuck knows what's going on with that scale. Not much I can do, so just rely on them. Hopefully the results are somewhat accurate. The blood sugar monitor seems to be reliable, but everything else is not, which is annoying. Anyway, leave it there. Thanks again for listening.
In that way, the constant outsourcing of our agency to sources of control, dispossessing of corporeal authority. Reaffirmation of its insecurity, failing to permit ability necessity to re-signify the system dispensing with its prescriptions, removing its restrictions that lead us to turn profound opportunity into the problematization of the human condition. Pathologizing
So checking in at the end of day 7, as you can probably hear, I can't speak that well. This tooth is, it looks like it's infected now, which is a real pain in the ass. I don't really know what I'm going to do. I'll speak to a dentist tomorrow, I guess. The problem is I can't, if I'm fasting, I really can't take antibiotics. I need to speak to somebody who has expertise on fasting too. There's some people online, so I'm going to try and reach out to them too and ask what they suggest to do in this situation. I just rinsed it with salt water, which was suggested online because it's, obviously antiseptic, and so that might help a bit, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's going to go away. I don't really know. I mean, the best thing to do is probably get the dentist to just remove it all and then stitch it over and then live through the pain, I guess. The problem is dental issues are extremely painful. Last night I was very disrupted sleep because of it. Reminds me of this period when I had in Korea the same thing on the other side. And it was just the most painful experience of my life, although this time it's not as bad. One of the interesting things that I managed somehow woke up sort of semi-conscious last night, and I was doing Wim Hof sort of almost autonomically, like as a way to sort of dispel the pain, because it's very, very helpful at reducing pain. Like when I was doing Wim Hof today, it was just like I didn't have any pain during the whole experience, so it's very, very analgesic. I mean, one of the things I wanted to talk about today, because it's something I wrote about today, was how we constantly, part of the problem in this seems very deeply related to an idea that sort of Ivan Illich talks about. I've not read the book, Iatrogenesis, which is really fascinating in terms of like cultural, social terms. The idea that the establishment of, it's very similar to like Foucault kind of tracks the same thing, but like that having the concept of medicine itself is problematic and leads to many difficult outcomes because it's sort of constantly problematizing the human condition. And I mean, I was reflecting on that myself and my behavior, because when I sort of woke up with this inflammation, it was like, okay, I turned to a dentist. So I immediately contacted a dentist, and then I started thinking about it. I was like, oh, well, why don't I just see how it goes for at least 2 days or 3 days, and see if I can resolve the problem on my own. And if it's still problematic by then let's see what happens. The problem is with tooth infections, they're just fucking persistent, and so it's unlikely that you're going to be able to, that your body's going to be able to fight it very effectively without some kind of treatment of some kind. There's limits to the understanding that, there's limits to that understanding in a certain sense, and it's not to dispel that all medical science and whatever is unhelpful. Of course it is. It's more just the way that it's sort of conceptualized, and the fact that we sort of, we immediately turn to those external sources rather than even attempting to sort of resolve these problems internally first. Anyway, one of the interesting other things that I want to talk about was, one of the things that I did today was made activities or actions, praxis really, praxical poetry or praxical, whatever, it's not really poetry, but actions for each of the pieces of writing. And so that was something I was forgetting about. I'd just done it recently, added actions to a poem, and so now I'm just making an action for each piece, which makes a lot of sense. So they're all there now, and hopefully some people will actually engage in them, because I think they're quite fascinating activities that you can do. Might open up some ideas in your head and sort of possibilities with the way to approach your life. So yeah, that will be there moving forward. I'm not sure why I didn't think of that before. It was just totally ignored, even though it was sort of central to what I was doing before. The other thing I suppose that I was going to mention was, I ended up watching some of this video on fasting because I was interested in looking a bit more at some of people or medical clinics and stuff that do longer term fasting. And there's one in I think it's in San Francisco, LA. It's in LA, yeah. I'm not sure, can't remember the name. Can't be bothered to look it up. But they do a lot of supervised long fasts and sort of, have done a lot of research into the health benefits. My concern about that is sort of that it's just this reterritorialization of fasting into, sort of
back into that iatrogenic sort of model where it's sort of part of the medical industry kind of, and then, you know, it just becomes a form of treatment, a sort of institutionalized treatment or whatever, rather than it being seen as something that challenges sort of mindless consumption and challenges the whole relationship between consumption and production, which it does if it's sort of understood in those terms, I think, rather than understood in sort of scientific health terms. I mean, obviously spiritual practice sort of understands it in a more broad way, but I don't think they've sort of turned it into sort of a sociological understanding or a Marxist understanding even of how it can be utilized as some sort of form of revolutionary practice even. I mean, one of the things in relation to that was, I mentioned somewhere, I can't remember where it is here, but yeah, having the idea of having a global hunger strike, which I think has been raised before, but I mean, characterizing it as a hunger strike is just not correct, I think. I mean, it's like, why not characterize it as sort of global fasting kind of thing? I mean, so that it's, I don't know, so it's being perceived in positive terms rather than negative terms, kind of, and that it's this positive exercise in the possibility of production under the conditions of fasting rather than sort of the deprivation of food, because that just actually reinforces the existing system of consumption when you do that, right? I mean, in obviously, it's implicit in what you're saying. If you're saying hunger strike, you know, it's like you're consenting to the system that you're already a part of. So, you know, if you're sort of doing the opposite and making it into something positive, then that seems to be subversive, which seems to relate much to the idea of delusion in regards to desire. But yeah, the other thing, I mean, my back's still not very well. I guess it's my bed at this point, I don't know. But yeah, the fast is, I've just ended up with these injuries. I always seem to end up fucking injured, and it's bloody irritating. You know, I'm so prone to infections, it seems. I've had so many infections in my life. One of those people that just leads to antibiotic resistance, to be honest. I mean, it's just, I mean, to be honest, the reason for that susceptibility to infection is because of an overconsumption of antibiotics in my life. That's simple as that. That would be clearly argued by a lot of these newer doctors that engage in that kind of research and, and fasting and stuff, you know, that there's definitely a link there in terms of the just build up of antibiotics in my body and the fact that my body is just very susceptible to bacterial infection because it's just constantly been combated with antibiotics rather than with the body itself. That's why I'm kind of eager to try and combat this infection on my own, but I mean, I don't know. It's just whether it's possible or not with regards to a tooth. That's all my concern. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, it probably is. So I'm just going to keep going for the next, see how I feel when I wake up, and you know, maybe speak to a doctor about a dentist about the situation and see what they say, just to see what the options would be, I suppose. But yeah, that covers everything today, really. I'm going to sleep because I'm absolutely shattered. So please have a go at the activities if you're following this. I know I don't seem to be getting any plays on SoundCloud. Nobody seems to really care, which is disappointing, to be honest, because I think a lot of this stuff is pretty meaningful to transforming people's understanding of themselves and the world. Perhaps it will get more sort of contact in the post period once I process it and publish it in that way, but you know, whatever. It's an enjoyable process in and of itself, so it doesn't really matter. You know, producing for the sake of producing is fun. The only issue is the fact that now I'm fucking dying of pain with this fucking infection, which isn't helpful. Just to add that, the music, I forgot to mention that today. A friend of mine who gave me a violin and then subsequently asked for a bit of money for it, which I didn't have a problem with, contacted me, and I was like, I'll send you the money, but you need to read this piece of writing that I've done and send me the first thing that you record on your violin. So he did that, and then I recorded over it in a sort of quite bizarre way because of this coloration of the text that I came up with today. So yeah, thanks guys.
Now, isn't that the mission of the tradition of the treatment to the symptom? Progressive education is the way to escape this dismay. Institutionalize the solution. School the subject into salvation. And we will finally find elation. Of course, the content fails to move, and the medium is just abuse. But it's the concept that's key, that which shapes possibility, disempowering intellectual equality by subordinating society to the academy. No title, but this is a title. 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 No title, but this is a title.
So checking in at the end of day 8. Physiologically, still feeling like, mentally totally fine. Physiologically a bit concerned because I've had high blood pressure for the past 3 days pretty much now, which also is combined with kidney pain, unfortunately. So now I've moved from having the pain in my gum, which is kind of reducing now, still not totally gone, but it's reducing, to having kidney pain and high blood pressure. I mean, it could be a sign of that it was fighting the infection that was in my gum, perhaps. I'm not sure entirely, or it could be a result of excess water consumption, but that doesn't seem to be indicated because urine is clear. Urine is not clear, and so it doesn't seem to be excess water, but it could be the water itself, and it could be the mineral balance in the water, perhaps. Those are my ideas at the moment. There's some, apparently kidney pain and high blood pressure is deeply related to sodium levels. But I don't know, if it continues tomorrow, then I think I'm gonna try and reach out to this guy from, what's it called? His name is Alan Goldhammer, True North Health Centre, which is like a foundation, non-profit, that does loads of stuff with fasting. They do have a consultant thing online, it seems, but it's $190 for 40 minutes, which just seems excessive. But he seems to have a direct line here, and he did say in a video before that you can reach out to him directly. So I'm going to try and speak to him and see if he can just have a look. So I've got all my vital signs. He can just have a look and suggest what to do and whether it's best to continue or how to approach things, basically, which might give some reassurance. The problem is that sort of this just reinforces what I was writing about yesterday, really, in terms of how the medical industry sort of generates this doubt all the time, and a lack of confidence in yourself with regards to your approach to your body. Like, I mean, I feel fine. Generally, apart from the pain, I have had a headache today. I guess today it felt like maybe I pushed my body a bit too far, but previously it was fine. I still feel sort of in control. Now, as I was saying to my friend earlier, because he seemed a bit concerned, particularly, I don't know, he just doesn't seem to understand how capable the body is. But it's I always said to myself in the beginning, it's like there's no point in if you feel like you're pushing your body too far, then just stop. There's no benefit to not doing that. So thus far, it's been a pretty interesting experience and has been pretty valuable. I mean, it's opened up a lot of ideas and understanding that wasn't there before, and so whatever. I hope it can continue, but we'll see what happens. I guess one of the other things. What's interesting is how the increase in blood pressure sort of. This is how it's sort of deeply related to the mind, and sort of how the mind-body sort of dichotomy is problematic. Because sort of the high blood pressure, I had low blood pressure because I felt totally fine and I was confident and such. And then I got this swollen gum, and then I started sort of having a degree of anxiety about it. And then I started sort of externalizing the problem and thinking that I needed medical help essentially to deal with it. And then sort of the high blood pressure arose and then continued. So, to what extent is it just totally psychosomatic? And so there just needs to be a rejection of that position and acceptance of this. These are just sort of processes that your body going through. Your body's filled with bullshit, and it's filled with. It's literally physically filled with toxins, but it's also that those are in your mind toxins. It's sort of, well, I don't know. The mind-body distinction is difficult, but the point is, that your body's filled with all of this bullshit, and so it's sort of, as it's coming out, it's going to have these kinds of effects. The only concern is just, but then it's just again resorting to medical sort of bullshit that doesn't really have all that, degree of reliability to a certain extent in these circumstances. Today, for example, to reinforce that further, because I spoke to my dentist in the end today, and he suggested I'll get this like mouth rinse, because I told him I was fasting, and I was like, well, I'm not going to take any medicine or do anything. He said, just rinse your mouth with this stuff. And so I went to the pharmacy. The pharmacy didn't actually have the product that he said, so I bought this other one, which is similar. And I haven't used it in the end. I was just continuing with the salt water. Maybe I'll use it if it's still not sort of subsided. It seems to be subsiding. I suppose. One of the things. Just the observation when I walked into the pharmacy, it was just sort of because I hadn't been in contact with sort of society at large for 8 days or whatever. It's just like, God. How much bullshit do we consume? It's just unbelievable. But when I was there, I did see food, and sort of that generated some degree of sort of desire. It's sort of a degree of desire to like return to participate in that bullshit, which is just sort of tragic, really. But yeah, it was clear that when I was mentioning back pain before, that was some of that. Some of it was definitely felt spinal before, but which was the first few days. But now it's definitely not muscular. It's definitely kidney related, which is fucking annoying. Hopefully it will fix itself. It probably just means that my kidneys are filled with bollocks, and all my internal organs are just, there's just a lot of fucking contamination, and it just all needs to get out, and it's just going to take time.
Well, I mean, the other thing, one of the other things, well, it's just like sort of, for some reason, it just popped up in Google. I mean, this is the fucking search result manipulation that Google has, whether it's conscious or not. It's sort of manufacturing consent now, but that, you know, it's filled with these horror stories about fasting too, and sort of, it's really, really hard. If you Google, you'll see that it's very hard to find information about long-term fasts. It wasn't until I YouTubed it and came across the health centre that I mentioned before that it became clear that it is established. You know, there's a clear, whether it's conscious or not, there's a clear repression of the idea. Because, to be honest, I mean, it's sort of, for me, hunger is, or food is really the greatest form of social control. Not only does it sort of control your energy levels entirely, but and force people to shape their lives around it, but, you know, it's this symbolic act of constant reinforcement of the system and consumption. And so, obviously, the system will find ways to sort of discourage or even prevent or make access to that kind of information difficult. You know, I'm not saying it's conspiracy. I'm just talking about it in terms of manufacturing consent, really. The track I made today was just bizarre. A friend of mine, I sent him the words, and he said he was going to record something on guitar in response, but he didn't. He just seemed to get too busy or something, and he just didn't reply. So I quickly went into Cakewalk, which I'm using as my DAW, which isn't very good, to be honest. It's been a bit of a struggle to use. It's just not very intuitive. But I don't know, I just play a drum beat, and then I played it, and I was like, why don't I just make this into like a mathematical thing? And so it was like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, and then it was like 1 2 3 2 3 1 3 2 1 or whatever. Like, it was like a 3x3 grid basically in stages, and then I just layered it with every instrument that it had in Cakewalk, like every built-in instrument, and it sounds really funny. It sounds like sounds very related to the content of the poem, or content of the spoken word, which it was, you know, just a happy coincidence, obviously, again. And then there's coloration in the text, which corresponds to things that the reader needs to, or the audience needs to sort of decipher in the content. So, well, tomorrow actually I have an interview for a job, so hopefully that will go well. Hopefully I don't look too thin and withered. I feel okay. I don't think I look that bad at the moment. So anyway, I'll leave it there. Thanks again for listening.
Belittling, the forfeiting of self, the permitting, the transmitting of self, the emitting, the dismissing of self, the committing, the worshipping of self, of self. Constancy, to constant, you see, don't want us to be willing to stand up alone. Subject in outside the system, reflection of its attrition, making it quiver to the bone, manageable by some reality, opening a new ontology. Call them ill, mad, insane, or bad, run in fear. Fag, it's us that's been had. Call them ill, mad, insane, or bad, run in fear. Fag, it's us that's been had. Been had. Been had.
So another check-in, end of day 9. Generally, it was a fine day, long, because I got up early, because I had a job interview, which was successful. So just waiting for the offer and see what's that. But I think I'll take the job. But other than that, I did a bunch of, just did Wim Hof again. Oh God, I've got a really bad headache today. That's the main issue. I think maybe slightly high temperature too. Vital signs seem okay. The blood pressure's still a little bit high, but which I don't know. I'm not trusting the monitor, to be honest, because it just I've been like doing multiple readings, like 3 in a row, and it's just sort of the range is just too big. So I don't know. It's meant to be a good monitor, so I don't really understand why it's doing that. I need to buy some more batteries and check it's not the batteries, but I changed them to some other batteries I had, and it, I don't know. Anyway, it's kind of irritating. Although, as I was saying before, I don't know whether it's even helpful to have access to this information. It's more sort of security purposes, but then when you sort of do that, then you're entering into a position of reducing the confidence that you have in yourself, which was massively a product of what was happening in terms of getting stuff done today. I've definitely been working myself way too hard with the production, or at least today it was like that. Took a while to actually get anywhere with doing writing today, and I took a different approach. I felt like, okay, why don't I try and do it the other way around, the sort of traditional way around of sort of trying to, make the music and then make the vocals make the lyrics and the vocals over the top. So I did that, and it did lead to some interesting words, I suppose, but it just became so fucking hard to actually get. I got the music together, and although the middle section was just awful, and I couldn't get the words right, in terms of fitting to it, and it's just, I don't know. There's some good ideas in the melodies, in the vocal melodies. The vocal melodies are fine. There's no problems with the vocal melodies, really. But the music itself was just fucking, just couldn't get it there. And so it's just, that's when it's sort of like, you need a band, because it's just too fucking hard to get what you want without having someone with the technical competence to just sort of, when you just hum them the tune that you want or whatever, just to be like, yeah, that. Programming it in a computer is just fucking tedious. And, particularly the drums. The bass guitar is okay, but it was just, God, the drums are so hard to play. I hate doing drums. Really, really do. Just, you need somebody to do drums. But I don't know how to approach that moving forward, really. Because it's just irritating. It's more trying to just, I think I'll just continue approaching it the way I did before, where it's just focus on the words. I've always thought that sort of, it's more interesting to have music come from the words rather than the words come from the music. Obviously it offers different perspectives, but
unfortunately, sort of when the words come from the music, it means that the music's already tends to be structured within the confines of existing norms, which tends to be sort of, you know, a basic song structure. And then the words become oriented towards having a chorus and having the sort of emphasis of the words on there, and then all of that sort of implications of how the medium itself then affects the content, which I think is problematic, because the point is the words, surely. I mean, for me anyway, I mean, it's just like music is secondary, words are primary. What you're trying to do is communicate, you know, ideas. Obviously you can do that through music. I mean, it's not to neglect the importance of music, and the other approach is fine. I just don't think it's the right one. And so I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm gonna, because I didn't actually finish today. Today was the first day where I didn't finish the track, so I just can't have anything to upload. I mean, I've got it in my head what the melody is. And so the goal originally was like to get a track done a day, or get something. I mean, originally it was to get something done a day. And so I have got something done. I mean, I've got the writing done, I've got the activity done, which is plenty of work, to be honest. I'm just pushing myself to do too much, and it's not helpful, because I should be resting more. And so I think this weekend I'm just going to not do anything, and just lie in bed and read, probably. Because I need to just stop moving around and just have total relax. So that's probably the plan moving forward. One of the other things, I mean, because I was going back to sort of questioning yourself, you know, or questioning this is part of the problem, is sort of the doubt that is placed on the individual because of all the institutions around us, I suppose, which is sort of talked about in the most recent writing. But I mean, something that happened today, I mean, it's just clear that sort of doubt increases when you begin to follow existing institutionalized formats, rather than just going with whatever and just deterritorializing, you know, and just doing whatever, which is just more entertaining, which today was just like trying to force into that model was just so difficult. And then during writing it out in the book, it's sort of a reflection out of this. During writing out in my sketchbook, I made a mistake, and I was like, well, I made a mistake because I included commas in the writing, and all my writing is just free from punctuation apart from apostrophes, because I think it's just better if the reader has to sort of punctuate the work, particularly in sort of poetry or spoken word themselves. And so that's deliberate. And so I was pissed off that I had included commas when I didn't want them there, which was kind of a reflection of the fact that I was forcing myself into doing something sort of that I didn't really want to do. I mean, it did lead to interesting words, and so I'm not unhappy with the content as such, but it just became tedious and became to feel like work, basically. And that's why I got to this hour and it was just like, fuck this, I'm done finally. And whereas other days it was just like I kept on persisting because there was a lot of fun involved, whereas today it just got to the point of not even being fun. And so, I mean, apart from the vocal melodies were fun and there's some highlights in there, but it's just the actual, well, the riff originally I was happy with, but then it just sounded like garbage once it was on the computer. I mean, I was using the effects through Cakewalk, the DAW that I'm using, which was kind of cool because I forgot that they had all the effects pedals in there and stuff, which gives you a lot of options, but it just sounded terrible. And the bass sounds good. The guitar just sounds like fucking harsh bollocks. Other than that, so I was saying I was trying to work backwards, which was different. I was trying to do backwards work today, which didn't work at all. What else was I going to say? I mean, well, I was going to say just, I mean, generally, sort of people's general concern. Spoke to a few people today, sort of people I haven't spoke to a while. Obviously, thankfully, I don't have contact with my mother because she'd just be worried sick.
even though there's nothing to worry about. Obviously, my friend's kind of worried, which I just think stupid. I think a lot of this worry is just, it's people's own fear of possibility of something else, which is frustrating. I mean, because it's just like 10 days of fasting is fuck all. Like, I mean, plenty of people regularly do more that are out there, and it's just not a big deal. More than anything, it's sort of, the first thing that people always jump to is like, you know, you're not going to push it too far, are you? No, it's like, you're not, it's like you implying that I'm suicidal. Like, this is not about suicide, this is about living. Like, it's the exact opposite. Like, this is about embracing life. This is like about enjoying life as much as possible by sort of being free from the constraints of ideology to a certain extent. I mean, obviously not free, but I mean sort of in a space where you're not having to dedicate yourself to consumption all the time. So it's liberating. It's, you know, it's not about suicide. I'm not suicidal at all. I'm totally fine. I'm in the best place, you know, I could be. So I think that again is caught up in people's own understanding of things, you know. It's an externalization of their own issues. Anyway, rambling on, I'll leave it there.
It's the pathologization of pain that keeps us from pursuing a life in that way. The constant outsourcing of our agency to sources of control. A dispossessing of corporeal authority and a reaffirmation of its insecurity. Failing to permit an ability to see the overwhelming necessity. To re-signify the system, dispensing with its prescriptions, removing its restrictions that lead us to turn profound opportunity into the problematization of the goddamn human condition. It's the belittling, the forfeiting of self. It's the permitting, the transmitting of self. It's the omitting, the dismissing of self. It's the committing, the worshipping of self. Yeah, it's the belittling, the forfeiting of self. It's a constant, you see, that doesn't want us to be willing to stand up all alone. Subject in outside the system, a reflection of its attrition, making it quiver to the fucking bone. To be unmanageable by its language, discovering our own forage, refusing to submit to its fucking semiosis. Building our own reality, opening up our own fucking ontology, abandoning all the corrosive shit that we're fucking in. But man, we defend the food like we defend the faith. But it isn't food we defend, it's hate. Justifying wants as needs, subscribing to untold greed, in the process becoming an agent of he. Sharks in the sea. It's the running from the self that's key. The potential for transformation dismissed as mere isolation as sickening satisfaction in this endless fucking transaction. It's the belittling, the forfeiting of self. It's the permitting, the transmitting of self. It's the omitting, the dismissing of self. It's the committing, the worshipping of self. And man, you can call them ill, mad, insane or bad. Rump them in fear, you're the fag, it's us that's been had.
So checking in on day 10, feeling surprisingly good today in terms of health. No real sort of physiological concerns of any kind. My weight seems to have sort of began to level out, so there's not really weight loss. I mean, the rate of weight loss has stopped essentially. I mean, it's since yesterday I lost 0.1 kilograms, it seems, so totally negligible. So see how that continues, which is as predicted, basically based on what other people have done. Sort of back pain, kidney pain and stuff seems to be passing. It's still lingering, but I mean, I think it's just, as other people have said in fasting sort of stories, is you just there's just a lot of shit in your body, a lot of toxins to sort of get rid of, and so the kidneys are working like fuck, and the liver's working like fuck, and just takes time, and healing processes. Although I mean that's not really the point of why I'm doing this fast, as I said. I mean that's kind of what differs in this from perhaps others' approaches to fasting in the past, is that it's more about the sort of socio-political elements of fasting than anything else. Something that I noticed today, for example, well, my friend seems very concerned, well, not very concerned, but definitely concerned about, I mean, I went to the supermarket with him to get water, and he just kept asking, like, you don't want anything else? You don't want anything else? It's like, nope, just water. And so left. And then my dad contacted me, and I said, no, I haven't eaten for 10 days. And he then started talking all about sort of, oh, why don't you just eat this or eat this? And then in detail, for some reason, described what he was eating, which was like, are you deliberately trying to sort of like entice me back into this bullshit system of consumption? Because I'm not going. It's just ridiculous. It's like it's sort of like it constantly feels like this precursor to some kind of furthering of that. It's like people like that. If that's the way you're thinking about things, it means like you're almost on the track towards being like, oh, well, maybe this person needs to be institutionalized. Maybe we need to get them out of society because they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Because, you realize that you don't have the capacity to do this kind of behavior or whatever. It sounds egoistic, but it's not. It's just like, look, it's a projection of yourself. It's not, you're not actually really concerned about the person. You're worried about the possibility that it has for your own sense of understanding of things. And the fact that it's sort of just it's just this constant willingness to defend consumption, basically, despite constantly criticizing capitalism, which is just nonsensical. Well, the other thing, because I spoke to somebody, an old friend, and they were mentioning that David Blaine did a 44-day fast, which I think I remember seeing, but totally forgot about, and he did it in that cage over the River Thames, the glass box cage where people threw stuff at him, which was quite funny. I don't know about making it a public display. I think it was kind of ridiculous. I don't think the any political message was really contained in that, particularly as he just sat there and did fuck all and just like read books and shit, rather than making it a sort of deliberate reversal of things, which is why I think this sort of approach could be useful as a political activity in general. Yeah, I mean, you'll see that's kind of why there's stuff that I was just mentioning about sort of people defending food and defending, essentially just becoming agents of the status quo, really, which is just horrible. It's just like, for fuck's sake, just let people be. If they want to do it, then do it. Stop being so fucking worried about it. Fuck's sake, it's just death anyway. It's like, the only way you can fucking, deal with or live life is, having that proximity to fear, proximity to suffering and proximity to death. This is so clearly established in Wim Hof. I don't like the way Wim Hof's going in terms of its reterritorialization, but just simply the just overcoming the limits of what's been imposed on the human body by bullshit knowledge that isn't correct and yet has become sort of fucking concretized fact, which also gets into COVID and all of that crap and all the fucking bullshit fear panic pandemic that has just forced people into this total subordination to a state and scientific system of control that are both flawed and totally without sort of absolute justification, yet giving these absolute conditions of knowledge, and that's nonsense. But I won't get started on COVID for now. One of the interesting things that happened today was there's this dog that every time I go on the roof, because I climb up on a ladder to go right on the top of the roof to just sit up there, which, as a side note, it's very interesting observation that in large parts of Mexico, even in Mexico City, in many cases, rooftops are just sort of totally unused, and it's just bizarre. It's just like, why? What a waste of space. Particularly here, because actually the weather's really nice here all the time. The view's pretty good. It's very flat, and you just have mountains surrounding. And I just don't know why you wouldn't just put a table and chairs up there with a sunshade and actually use it. But anyway, I just go up there and do Wim Hof and then lie up there. But anyway, there's this dog that lives in a house like across, and every time I go up there, it just fucking starts barking and gets really intimidated or something. But then today, I just got really angry. I shouted at it, and then I just opened up my arms. And as I opened up my arms, it just stopped barking. And then we looked at each other, kept looking at each other, and he just stopped barking. And then I looked down and I realised there's this other dog in the house that he lives in, and it seems to me that he's actually barking for help because he's scared of the other dog rather than barking at me, which was just bizarre. But perhaps you can read into that as a reflection of many of the things I've been talking about. About the relationship between the dog and the human condition and barking, all that. The other thing I wanted to mention today was just the fact that I finished this shit song that I made yesterday. Really just was so tedious because yesterday, as I said, I tried to change the approach and start with the music and then write some lyrics over it, and it was just awful. It just became a horrible process where it just wasn't even fun. To be honest, the most fun is just getting the words together and then just, throwing something together and then putting the words over the top, really. Today, I ended up, just because I hadn't done it in a while, and I was gonna just present what I had done as just spoken word kind of poetry thing, and then I was just like, I really want to rap over something because I haven't done that in fucking ages, and so I just found this really cool track on YouTube and then just did it, and I thought it sounded pretty cool, although it wasn't recorded very well, as always. Just need to get the studio sorted out better, but I'm kind of not very confident that how possible that is, really, but definitely thinking about moving forward in terms of where I live next to have a personal home studio, really, just for fun. I think that's related just to forcing yourself to do stuff when it's just not. like today, it's just I didn't even have any ideas for anything. I wasn't even thinking. I was thinking about not doing anything, and then some idea for some writing came up, so I just did it, and then did it, carried on. I mean, that's just the best approach. It's not trying to actually regiment it in any way. It just becomes another form of, institutionalizing things. Anyway, leave it there. Thanks, guys.
That responsibility to the self-evident state of contempt leads assuredly to discontent. Seeing people proud of their consent, it's bound to lead to such a lament. The temptation to resubmit, compelled by the requisite of the need to provide the basic necessities to survive via the machinery of this life. But running away isn't conducive to owning it, they say. So then what remains but a willingness to confront this face with a reflection of its disgrace. But this mirror of madness, to express the sadness, becomes the moon as it is, reflecting the sun, a neglected light of nothingness, tortured as the one.
So, end of day 11. Time going pretty fast. It's passing pretty fast in general. Doesn't seem that daunting, actually, to be honest, anymore. But who knows in terms of process. Physiologically today, no issues. Feeling totally fine, really tired, but capable of doing everything that I needed to do. Not really with much pain and physical pains or anything. Tooth, gums still kind of swollen. It's kind of under control now. Hopefully it will just subside entirely, but generally fine. Vital signs are fine. Blood pressure still slightly raised. Hasn't seemed to have gone down. I still don't trust the machine properly because I keep doing 3 measurements each time, and there's a significant variability in the measurements, so I still need to get new batteries to check that it's not the batteries, but I don't know. Disappointing because that blood pressure monitor has good reviews, but it's not good in terms of giving consistent measurements. Things worth noting today. Definitely today has been the day that I've had more sort of feelings of hunger than previous days, I would say. Sort of just grumbling in the stomach, that sort of thing, which obviously is sort of not actually hunger. It's
what we correspond hunger to be, even though it's not actually hunger, it's just sort of shit going on in your stomach, basically. And so that has been happening more, but I mean, I think it's just sort of still the residual crap that's in my intestines still coming out, which is slow, particularly because you're not eating anything or drinking like coffee or anything to sort of help get things past. It's sort of, gets pretty stuck up in there. So just letting that process through. I still definitely don't think my body's like been detoxified. Not that that was an intention of what I'm doing here, but it definitely feels like there's still lingering toxins in the body. It's said in a couple of the people's journals about fasting that sort of by the end of the second week you kind of get another sort of detoxification like the end of the first week, which seemed to be happening with me with regards to sort of kidney pain and stuff. So that is to look forward to, perhaps, but we shall see. Don't want to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy either. But I mean, in relation to the physiological sort of messages of hunger, there's also, well, they're not really physiological messages of hunger, it's something that we impose on the physiological activity, just, as how language works, we're imposing it on some kind of external reality, perhaps, which then makes the external reality impossible to access. But meat cravings, for some reason I had today, a couple images come to my head of eating ham, which used to be something I really enjoyed, was ham, mashed potatoes, sweet corn, and white sauce. That was always one of my favourite meals as a kid, and that came to mind. Also, eating a chicken leg came to mind, a juicy chicken leg, which is interesting because obviously since the previous fast, I've not eaten any meat and didn't really have any cravings for it whatsoever during that time. I had nothing whatsoever, and was totally satisfied with the vegan diet, to be honest. Although, definitely not going to return to eating any of the vegan crap that they make, which is just not necessary. There's plenty of good whole food that you can do, and just focus on that and just make your own meals if necessary, rather than ever eating out. It's a lot cheaper anyway. I mean, I guess, well, it says, I put down here demotivated, but I mean, this morning I was demotivated, but I mean, for several hours, but I think it was just fatigue, to be honest, because by the evening I was motivated again to do something. Went and watched the moonrise. The moonrise yesterday was epic too, because it was a day one. It was a full moon rising at sort of like 5 p.m, and so pretty beautiful. And then today it was even more spectacular, really, just because it's a perfect view from here, because it directly faces west. I mean, east-west, like the apartment is directly facing that way, east-west, so you've just got the perfect view from his rooftop. So I sat up there for good while, lying down most of the time, because felt just knackered, and then wrote something, although I feel like what I wrote today ended up being quite forced, which is kind of annoying. I don't know, I felt that I needed to write rather than sort of wanting to write as such, although it ended up wrapping up into something about the moon, which was kind of interesting, and I wanted to make reference to that, although I'm not that happy with the content. Then the song came out, and it was just sort of, I don't know, there was this ballad that I was listening to by this guy from a band called Saviour Machine, who's a fantastic baritone singer and just has lots of interesting ideas, although, I mean, sort of Christian background, but not religious. And I think in the vein of sort of Christianity in the way that I see it. But anyway, I don't know, I came up with some idea for a melody. I mean, and then I picked up my phone and then realised, because I couldn't be bothered to go down to the studio, do anything down there, I was like, can I do anything? Oh, I use N-Track. So I have N-Track on my phone, which is this really good DAW for phones. It's very comprehensive. It's kind of tricky to use because it's just like using it on a small phone. On a tablet it'd be ideal, but it's just a bit tricky. But so I was playing violin or keyboard on the violin on that, because there's no keyboard in this house at the moment, and so it was the only option. And so, I mean, it's the easiest way to play keyboard really at the moment, but yeah, I came up with some melody. I wasn't that happy with it. I mean, I don't know, that it just doesn't, it sounds a bit flat when it came out, but then I just stuck the words over the top, and I mean, it's definitely sort of a good demo of an idea, but didn't really get there with it. But anyway, just upload it as it is, because don't have time to keep moving forward. The other thing that I guess that was reflected in the writing today, was because I got this job offer. I was just reflecting on, do I want to stay in Mexico, really? There's lots of issues, you know. It's like, I mean, the problem is just traveling at the moment. It's just such a fucking pain in the ass. It's like, I haven't had any other job offers or any other job interviews even, despite applying for a lot of jobs in places that I wanted to go to. And so there just really aren't many jobs. I mean, I guess I could go to China, but I don't really want to. There's one job in Vietnam which sounded tempting, but I don't know, it's always just such a risk in terms of what the employer is going to be like, whereas in this situation, the employer is sort of guaranteed to be good because I know them. I don't know, but this relates to the fact that sort of, you know, I don't know, I mean, the part of the reason I wanted to go to Asia, or Japan even, is just because of the sort of culture there. You know, it's a culture that's much less oriented towards consumption and much more balanced. I mean, obviously with huge exceptions, but in general, that's the experience in Taiwan and Japan that I had. China and Korea, not so much, but and so just being back in a society in a culture like that, or being in a culture like that, would be really nice, I think. But then at the same time, it's kind of reflecting on, you know, do you want to run away from consumption or face it, you know? This sort of Western capitalist society, do you want to face it, you know, and deal with it and understand yourself within it and how to confront it in an effective way, rather than sort of just fleeing from it? And so that became sort of part of the discussion. It's a difficult one to resolve, but I mean, I think the only rational response is to take the job because of the circumstances, and because of the opportunity it offers in terms of what I will teach and have the control I will have, which I wouldn't have anywhere else, and very good experience, and hopefully would give me the background necessary to actually get the jobs in Japan, because there's just so few jobs there, or in Taiwan, because also similarly it's very difficult to get a job there. The other option is Vietnam, which seems to be sort of similar in terms of attitudes towards things, but I didn't really think about it until today as an option. But there's only like 2 jobs there at the moment anyway, so the likelihood of getting one is just absolutely minuscule. So I don't think there's really any option. Well, the other thing, I'm running over a bit today, but whatever. One of the other things that was just to mention, appearance changes during fasting is interesting. This happened in my last fast. It's just I would say a general improvement in appearance. You know, people talk about complexion improving. That's definitely true. You definitely get rid of any spots, and you don't have any spots. They don't come up. But also I noticed today my eyes are just so much brighter and so much bigger in terms of being more open. I mean, like, normally my eyes are pretty slitted, and but you know, now they're just much more awake and just the whitest I've ever seen them. And so that's a sort of notable physiological effect, which is interesting and desirable. But anyway, I'll leave it there because I've gone over time.
the certainty of uncertainty, filling the self with doubt, making us refuse to find a way out, fixing us in place without the willingness to change our space. The irony of this malaise is right there in the face of a system that occupies it all. Like a madman, constantly reinventing himself at each fall. We don't know, but we do know what we're doing to ourselves. We're doing to ourselves. We don't know, but we do know what we're doing to ourselves. What we're doing to ourselves. We don't know, but we do know what we're doing to ourselves. What we're doing to ourselves. The need to live as dynamically as a machine that crunches us into bite-sized feed through its rapine, making the challenge all the more unpalatable to the will-less without wherewithal. At the least, we don't need to treat ourselves as inviolate meat, for we can always act as seeds in a constant state of disbelief. Don't know, but we do know what we're doing to ourselves. What we're doing to ourselves. We don't know, but we do know what we're doing to ourselves. What we're doing to ourselves.
So checking in at the end of day 12, super late today, it's like 5:45 a.m. Just working on this song that ended up developing, put my guitar lately in some weird tuning and just came up with a really good idea for a song, and it's actually a song, it's actually got the rhythm and then the vocals kind of just works properly, and the lyrics I thought were quite good. I was quite happy with it, but just getting the recording, it's just awful. I can't, the interface that's here is just shit. I can't get the microphones to record without just a huge amount of background noise, and it's really starting to piss me off. It's basically better to record on my phone, and so it's just like, what's the fucking point in being in a studio if the recording equipment is so shit that I can't make a decent recording without background noise? Fucking annoying. So I'm going to speak to my friend tomorrow and show him and see what he says, because that's the issue at the moment. Aside from that, also is my own playing, particularly on guitar lately, and I have these 2 strings on there because I snapped 2 strings stupidly by accident doing stupid tunings, and the strings just do not have enough tension, and so it's so easy to make them buzz that you just end up with buzzy strings in the song, and it's really fucking annoying. And so that was just frustrating me over and over again, because it's so easy to do it that you have to just focus so hard, and then if you focus too hard you forget what you're doing. Just very, very tedious.
But anyway, the idea is there. It just needs to be played properly. Try and put it into Guitar Pro maybe too and see what it sounds like. But it's a very simple riff. It's just cool. Anyway, I thought it was good compared to other stuff that I've done. But just playing it's just so fucking annoying. One of the things I noticed today, definitely more hunger. Just generally hungry at certain points. I definitely got about half an hour ago or whatever when I was getting frustrated, or maybe an hour ago, I definitely felt like feelings of hunger. One of the things I was reading up on was the feeling of real hunger, which apparently comes in your throat. But I couldn't really find anywhere online any sort of actual description of what it feels like, which is kind of annoying. The other thing that people have said in fasting is that your tongue kind of gets all white and shit because, apparently because of detoxification, but some other people have said that that's bullshit. But apparently when your fast is over, your tongue will become red. I don't have that much confidence in that. But I would like to see what real hunger feels like as an experience, but who knows how long that takes to get to. But I mean, well, who knows? It should be about 40 days, technically. So we'll see. Well, I mean, the other thing that I was reading up, about that was just because actually, like many things under sort of capitalist system, is that hunger, the feelings of hunger in your stomach are actually caused by the shit food that you eat, and the fact that you overeat more than anything. So hunger is a complete illusion, or our perception of hunger as it being that feeling that we ascribe it to is a complete illusion, which is an interesting observation and worthwhile to think about. I guess, what was the other thing I was reflecting on? Well, I was still reflecting on this job issue and whether to take it or not, or whether to leave the country. Do have very degree of eagerness to leave the country, considering there's been this sort of degree of spiritual renewal in my life to a certain extent. It might be wise, right? But then it's sort of what I was talking about yesterday is whether you sort of face yourself as a new subject under the same conditions, or you just make a new life somewhere else and then end up having to go through the same process, perhaps. So it's a tricky one about knowing what to do. More than anything, it's just sort of a general wanderlust and feeling that there's an obligation to travel because of the capacity that I have to do it and what you can learn from doing that. I'm not going to learn much more being in Mexico, perhaps. But the problem is the COVID situation and the general insecurity with regards to employment and things like that, which is irritating. Anything else I wanted to talk about today? What else came up? I can't really think of anything else. I'm just going to leave it there because I need to sleep. Alright, well, short one. Thanks for listening. Anybody that's there, which is nobody.
To escape or reface a society lost to the cost of consumption. To retrace or distaste a terrain tyrannized by a lionized litany. Is to invent, not reinvent oneself under these
dismiss them as nothing more than the floor. Forgotten, forgotten, forgotten. So, end of day 13, 2 weeks tomorrow. Not really any notable side effects of any kind at the moment. I was reading through some more fasting, logging stuff, and people say that sort of after about 15, 16 days, you get into a sort of another level of a bit more sort of cognitive impact, I suppose. I mean, because I found the past few days sort of somewhat of a dulling, really. I mean, I found the first 10 days or so pretty sort of creative and explorative, whereas it seems to have dulled down now into a sort of normalcy, I suppose, which isn't particularly desirable, I suppose, because part of the point is to sort of have this creative energy, but it can't be sort of it has to be a side effect, not something that's sort of as a goal. So I've got to kind of just go with the flow, I suppose. One of the things, I mean, I've just been up trying to make a decision about this job, about whether to leave the country or not. But I mean, it's just I've made the decision. I'm taking the job, and I'm going to stay in Mexico. Whatever. I'm a new person. This can be a new experience under new conditions, and there's a whole lot of stuff to explore in this country still that I've not done. There's also a lot of things that I'd like to get done. Free diving course, skydiving course, climb the highest mountain, various other things, that would really put the nail in the coffin on Mexico as a country in terms of sort of really having lived it. And so I'm excited about doing those things, as well as it being a sort of decent place to be during this whole crazy pandemic because it's relatively liberal. So anyway, it was difficult just because there's just this wanderlust, a constant wanderlust, and the need to sort of utilize the opportunities that you have as an individual to explore those things. But whatever, it's just time. You have plenty of time still in your life to do those things. Doesn't really matter. Whatever, nothing's much more important than sort of just exploring yourself anyway in different conditions. But then you only live once, and you should do everything that you can. I don't, but you can do everything that you can in this context. So plenty of people are just limited to their own countries their whole lives anyway. And one of the things I was going to say in relation to the dulling sort of experience, I think, is perhaps sort of a lack of input. I've not been reading very much because I've sort of been dedicating my time to doing creative stuff and been occupied with other things, and so there's not been much input. Something that might change that is I'm going to be it's still not confirmed because it seems to be all last minute, but I should be teaching some guy, a 52-year-old guy, English classes 1 hour per day before he goes to the US in 2 weeks or something. And so that might be interesting in terms of ideas that he has about things, presuming his English is competent, which apparently it is. So one of the, I guess related to that, just music production, sort of just, my back still, one of the physiological things is this constant back issue, but it doesn't really seem to be kidneys or a little bit, it's more just the spine. I don't know, it's just an injury that is just
healing, I guess, really, because of the fast. Hopefully it will get through. I really don't know what caused that injury, to be honest. I don't know. Probably just years of shit beds, but it feels more like some sort of impact injury, but who knows. One of the absent physiological effects here is just nausea. Most other people have reported nausea. I've not had any nausea whatsoever. Really total absence of nausea. I don't know if that's yet to come, but I mean, plenty of people reported it earlier on in fasts, so interesting non-symptom that's there. Vital signs have been okay. Actually, that reminds me I need to check them before I go to sleep. I just totally forgot about that. Which is annoying because I've just been bloody contemplating this decision for so long. Unfortunately, the global job market is crap too, so it's just sort of, apparently there's like 70% less jobs available. So that probably explains why the 15 applications that I sent before were not successful. But I mean, I think having more experience anyway in Mexico will not be undesirable to, particularly the experience of IGCSE and TOK will be very helpful in terms of finding a job in other desirable locations in the future. So just have to take the rational step and relive Mexico as a new person who doesn't engage in all the bullshit of this society. One of the things, I guess, I went up to see the moon rise today, and there was no dogs barking for the first time ever, which was just lovely experience because I didn't have to put in headphones and listen to music at a significantly high volume, which was nice. One of the atherisms I was saying here was that we're less productive in meaningful ways and more consumptive in meaningless ways. If that summarizes the state of things. I'm not sure why that was even in this list of things to say. I guess one of the things that's been annoying me the past few days, and that relates very much to the decision that was being made, was as soon as I had the offer, I was like, yeah, take it, boom, boom, boom. And then I had some time to think about it. I should have just signed it straight away, but then I had some time to think about it, and I started questioning it, and then it just made the decision fucking very difficult. It's the same with producing music or any sort of things like that. It's just like, fuck's sake, just go with the first thing. Just take your intuition and just go with it. Because life's too short to fucking delve around spending 4 hours trying to fucking make a decision. Just go with the first decision. It's usually the best one anyway. And if it isn't, you just deal with the consequences of the shit decision, which is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to deal with the consequences of the other decision anyway, which are likely to have various negative effects anyway. Or similarly, if you're making music or writing or something, if you change that and you change that, all falls to pieces. So, whatever. The only concern I have now is I need to sort of reassure the person who gave me the offer that, I'm actually really sort of fully invested in the decision, which I don't think's difficult, but, it's just a case of calling him and speaking through it. But yeah, it's more of that sort of second-guessing bullshit that we do, which is something that actually I should write about, which may be the focus of something tomorrow because I didn't have any other ideas. Which I just need to work on something. I need to work on just making sure I've got a short curriculum for this guy for 13 days. But it's kind of up to him and depending on subjects, although I came up with an interesting approach, I think, so try and apply that. Not really much more else to report on the fast at the moment, apart from what I've said. Keep going.
see how it gets. Seems that, based on reading other people, it seems that you do get to some sort of feeling of the end of the fast at some point, which is probably going to be around sort of between 30 and 40 days, I would say. But just the whole of March to go, and there we go. See what happens.
Second guessing. Second guessing oneself is to be messing with the health of the capacity of the non-ego to the veracity of the hero. You gotta let immediacy reign, and autonomy will remain, as the unconscious manifests a reality without contest, a path unfolding in the moment of its moulding, rather than one manipulated by the eye to a direction of institutionally shaped affection, constructed by possibilities, constrained by falsities, commanded by morbidities. Yeah, let immediacy reign, and autonomy will remain, as the unconscious manifests a reality without contest, a path unfolding in the moment of its very, very moulding, rather than one manipulated by the eye to a direction of institutionally shaped affection, constructed by possibilities, constrained by falsities, commanded by morbidities. Second guessing oneself is to be messing with the health of the capacity of the non-ego to the veracity of the hero. And second guessing oneself is to be messing with the health of the capacity of the non-ego to the veracity of the hero. Yeah, let immediacy reign, and autonomy will remain, as the unconscious manifests a reality without contest, a path unfolding in the moment of its very moulding, rather than one manipulated by the eye to a direction of institutionally shaped affection, constructed by possibilities, constrained by falsities, commanded by morbidities.
So checking in at the end of day 14, working on some writing now, but it's not going very well, and I ended up finishing a piece of writing that I started yesterday, because I didn't get anything done yesterday. So I worked on that, and I kind of started composing something on my phone using this N-Track app, because I was just so tired I had to lie in bed. And my back was killing me, so I ended up sitting at computer for a large part of the day because I needed to work on some stuff, particularly just because I've got the student starting tomorrow, and so I just prepared a bunch of stuff for them, and so I just got organised with that. Finally got the internet working in a reliable way, it seems. Hopefully it will be good tomorrow for Zoom. But anyway, so I don't know, my back was just killing me. I tried to write something on this
organ that my friend has, but I was just struggling to sit down, so I went and lied down, and then unfortunately the keyboard on a phone is obviously just sort of, you can't play two hands at once, so it's kind of a bit tricky to get stuff done, but came up with something cool, I thought, but I mean, the vocals I put over it were just absolute garbage. I'm not even sure if I'm going to upload it to SoundCloud. I don't know. I tried to upload it a minute ago, but the internet wasn't working well enough from here. So I'll probably do it tomorrow. But there is this other piece of writing that I started now, but it's a bit of a struggle. Again, reflecting back on what I was saying in some previous reflections was just kind of forcing myself into this schedule has not been that helpful, probably. Particularly today, because I don't know, it's just, I needed to do this fast in isolation, to be honest. It would have been much better if it had just been done without any interaction with the outside world as such, but it's very tricky to find places to do that at the moment. Anyway, I did have a look for like Buddhist retreats and whatever, but couldn't really find something where you'd also have the space to do some sort of creative work, you know. I think next time it would just be the case of going somewhere like that and taking your own studio equipment and making sure that you get a good room that's sort of apart from everywhere else, which is definitely what I would do in the future, because having interaction with the outside world has just been wholly detrimental in terms of sort of disrupting attitude towards the whole project and self, really, which is why I feel a bit, I don't know, I felt a bit down the past 2 days, to be honest, 3 days even, maybe. I think just, and that's because of the interaction with the outside world, I would say, which is frustrating, but who knows, I mean, we'll see how things keep going. Today it's just, I mean, everything still physiologically, I mean, pretty much fine, but I don't know, I think I need to, I've got some, you know, like, just to be honest, like fecal matter probably, I think, in my intestines. It needs to come out, it needs to be flushed out, but obviously it can't be because I haven't got anything to flush it out with as such that is acceptable. So I'm just drinking hot water, which hopefully should move things around, but I mean, that's obviously I think that's partly causing the back pain, but the back is definitely in part spinal, because I can feel it top, like up towards the top. It's sort of, I don't know, some spinal injury, and it's really annoying. But anyway, what else was I going to mention today? Well, yeah, I mean, I'd say, I mean, that emotionally just a little bit down, but I mean, I think I haven't really had a down part yet, so I mean, it's understandable. Just a bit of frustration really about the outside world and place within it and how to approach things, really, particularly in the global context. It's not an easy time. It's just not an easy time to just do what you want, really. Which sucks. So there has to be some kind of compromise, I suppose, and that's not particularly helpful. But who knows? We'll see what develops. I'm just going to leave it there because I've got not really got much left to say. I've got this first class with a student tomorrow. So I'm going to bed quite early, try and maybe finish this writing before I sleep, if I come up with any ideas. I mean, came up with a few good ideas for speaking with this student. My concern is that their English level is going to be quite, well, based on the conversation I had today, quite low, and so they're going to struggle. But anyway, we'll try and push them as hard as I can. See how it goes. All right, well, leave it there. Night.
Immortal Immorality. Yeah, the greatest of which is the repression of death by indulging in an immortal desire like an endlessly burning fire. Where water only serves to fan the flames of a ferocious rage of resentment at our contentment with never facing mortality, displacing the anxiety into subordinate insobriety, excusing society from ever taking the responsibility for the perpetual misery of this propriety. Immortal immorality. Immortal immorality. Yes, the greatest of this, the repression of death by indulging in an immortal desire like an endlessly burning fire, where water only serves to fan the flames of a ferocious rage, a resentment at our contentment with never facing mortality, displacing the anxiety into insubordinated insobriety, excusing society from ever taking the responsibility for the perpetual misery of this propriety. The greatest of which is the repression of death by indulging in an immortal desire like an endlessly burning fire, where water only serves to fan the flames of a ferocious rage of resentment at our contentment with never facing mortality, displacing the anxiety into subordinated insobriety, excusing society from ever taking the responsibility for the perpetual misery in this propriety. Propriety. Yeah. Immortal immorality. The greatest of which, the repression of death by indulging in an immortal desire. Like an endlessly burning goddamn fire, where water only serves to fan the flames of a ferocious rage of resentment at our contentment with never facing mortality, displacing the anxiety into subordinated insobriety, excusing society from ever taking the responsibility for the perpetual misery of this propriety.
So checking in the end of day 15. So sort of, a third of the way through? Over a third. I feel like once you get to 20 days, it's going to be sort of like not very daunting, the prospect of 40 days. Because sort of once you're in 20 and you're sort of counting down to 30, and then once you're in 30, it's sort of the final countdown. But I don't know, I'm still not trying to make it an explicit objective. Physiologically, vital signs seem fine. Do have this continued back pain, which has got worse today. I don't really know what it is. I mean, it feels in part that it's sort of digestive issues, but perhaps also sort of, I don't know, maybe it's a kidney stone, I don't know. It's right up in the sort of top left of my back. Sort of been trying to massage it out a bit, but it's quite tricky to do it, to be honest. Standing up seems to be the sort of best position for it, but I just get so tired so quickly that it's hard to do that. So I'm just lying because this is comfortable. Started the English class today, was good. Nice to speak to somebody, I suppose, about just issues, anything really. So it's not too bad. I planned out all the lessons immediately after, so everything's done and ready for the 13 days of classes that he has. Suppose in general, emotionally, sort of been definitely been sort of more depressed the past few days, which is sort of, well, I'm not just depressed, just sort of contemplative, sort of, I don't know, just reflecting on the frustration of life, I suppose, in general. So fasting definitely brought that out a bit. Just place in the world, really. Still not entirely sure about the decision I made, whether it was the sort of right one or not. But as I wrote about recently, it sort of feel like you should just go with your instinct and just take it and make the decision wholeheartedly. Otherwise, then you end up in this shitty position where you're questioning yourself. Better just to make a wholehearted decision. But whatever, we shall see how things unfold and whatever. I started reading again yesterday, reading Anti-Oedipus, which was good, interesting, and I think I'll just keep reading before I go to sleep because having no input has just not been particularly helpful. I managed to write the two things and caught up today, although I have not been able to put music to them. I finally got the piano working, but just my back was hurting too much. I couldn't stand up for very long to play it. So I ended up just in bed as I am now because I just can't be bothered to do anything, to be honest. So I'll try and probably come up with something for them tomorrow, or maybe just rap the lyrics over something. I don't know. It's become a bit tedious, to be honest, this kind of regimen. And I feel like it might just be better just to let it go and kind of go with the flow and pick up instruments when I feel like it and I've got the energy, rather than forcing myself to do it into this system. But, you know, on the other hand, it's kind of nice to end up with a visual kind of product. I mean, the writing isn't too cumbersome getting that done, but just getting good quality music done is just so time consuming, and I just don't really have the time now. Well, more than, it's not really the time, I have the time, I just don't have the energy. You know, whereas in the beginning of the fast there was much more energy, although people do say you get a second wind, so we shall see over the next few days whether that happens, and if it does, then more music will be made. One of the things I suppose that relates to that is sort of one of the things that I've noticed in myself. One of the things that happened in sort of particularly in Cuba and then in Zapolita and things, is sort of ascribing meaning to little things, like really just overanalyzing everything that's happening around you, which gives rise to this kind of schizo subject. And that's just kind of withered away. Not sure why, but you know, kind of relates to depression, all those things. But you know, reading into everything in your reality is quite fun, to be honest, and you know, leads to sort of quite a lot of excitement about things. Whereas that's kind of dwindled now. Definitely, I mean, well, just to speak, because I'm literally feeling hungry right now. Although definitely hasn't got to the point of sort of like anywhere near the point of getting to that transition period where I do actually need to eat. Definitely feel like there's some fat reserves left. And my weight loss, although the scales really are not trustworthy, has slowed a lot, so it's like 0.2 kilos a day. So I was thinking that like the first day I measured, which was the second day of the fast, I was 65 kilos, and now I'm like 57.5. And so based on what I was reading online, it's sort of like you don't really want to push past like 15% weight loss. So that makes like 10 kilos, so 55 kilos. So what if I'm losing 0.2 kilos a day? I'm not sure what that works out as in terms of maybe 10 more days. Is that right? Yeah, a bit more than 10 more days, like 12 more days until 55. But then I saw like 15 to 18%, so it's about 40 days roughly. It seems that would be viable. But I feel like I'm probably going to get to like 30 or so, and then stop, and then basically end up juice fasting until the 1st of April, maybe for that last week, just so that then I can leave on the 1st of April and have April clear. That's kind of what I'm anticipating doing at the moment. But who knows, see how things move. But yeah, generally sort of a clear, dwindled concentration, dwindled excitement, dwindled enthusiasm, particularly with respect to music, because it's just sort of the energy levels I have just aren't adequate to put the focus and the attention into it that I know it requires to make something good, and so it just becomes too frustrating to sort of want to do it, really, which is frustrating, and it's hard to know how to move past that at the moment, particularly just because my back pain is tedious, and particularly as, well, I mean, I did again spend a long time in the seat today. I've got to try and walk around more and stand up more, I think. So that's what I'll be trying to do tomorrow, is just sort of, maybe I'll just go for a walk, to be honest. That would make sense. Yeah, I'll definitely do that tomorrow. I think that's what I need to do, is just try and get some gravity involved in this processes, and just, I've been too sedentary, and so it needs to be some walking, so that'll be the move tomorrow. Good idea. Okay, I'll leave it there. Night.
So where do the living go in the land of the dead? We keep moving ahead, sans destination. It's an apocalyptic representation for sure, but with aught such a catastrophic interpretation, how does the revolutionary subject see the urgency? With all the paranoia of monsters at each corner waiting to strike, and the delusions of grandeur that he has the capacity to fight, there'll never be one with a crazy enough might to tear through the fabric of reality and open up the world to the light. Yeah, with all the paranoia of monsters at each corner waiting to strike, and the delusions of grandeur that he has the capacity to fight, there'll never be one with a crazy enough might to tear through the fabric of reality and open up the world to the light. So where do the living go in the land of the dead? But keep moving ahead, sans destination. It's an apocalyptic representation for sure, but with all such a catastrophic interpretation, how does the revolutionary subject see the urgency?
So checking in, end of day 16 now. Almost forgetting the days. Generally fine day. No real things to report in terms of health or anything like that. Continued back pain, which I think is muscular, to be honest. And I don't know, I've been kind of over emphasizing the pain and thinking about it too much. But I did at one point today have to just lie down and took a nap because it was just tedious. But then I forced myself today I couldn't be bothered to record music, so I just didn't have time, and so I just grabbed some vocals over the top of some cool tracks that I found on YouTube, and uploaded those, which was enough. It made me feel better because it was sort of at least, and I just did them all first time, just first recording, didn't retrack or anything like that, and so it was just good to just actually get something done like that, because it had been building up for a few days now that I hadn't really done anything in relation to recording the words that I'd written into some other format other than written. One thing I noticed, I suppose, in terms of physiologically, doing Wim Hof, my capacity for stretching has improved significantly. I noticed this on the first fast, that you get to the point where you can just fully stretch your body sort of in any position without really any tension or pain, which is quite nice to be able to do, to be honest. You feel very flexible, which is a clear secondary effect of fasting. Definitely continued for the past sort of 4 days perhaps, is hunger, really. Not extreme in any sense, just really a desire to eat. There's also sort of a general sort of malaise, just a general sort of boredom, I think, has settled in really in regards to not consuming anything, just because food's fairly pleasurable, and just not having that pleasure is notable, I suppose, after 16 days. But I don't know, weight changes, nothing significant, still just dropping down, although my scales, I don't know, yesterday it said 57.2, now it says 57.6, so I don't really know how I've gained weight. Don't really trust the scales at all, unfortunately. Also not confident in the blood pressure meter, but everything seems to be totally fine. Just arriving at a period of sort of tedium, I suppose. So sort of knowing how to, I've got to try and this weekend try and get on doing some more music, to keep things a bit more active. Just general lack of effort for doing those things at the moment. General lack of effort for doing anything beyond just the necessary, which is somewhat tedious, and lacking a kind of dynamism, I suppose, in my head. Although I've still managed to get the writing done, and still managed to get some cool pages done in the sketchbook, so I've not been dissuaded by that. Day 17 tomorrow will be, so that's Friday. Monday is the 20th. See how it goes. I don't really know how far I want to go, to be honest. I'm thinking, because there's a really good sort of fruit vegetable store just outside the gates of this complex where my friend has a house. I'm thinking of trying to do the juice fast here, because I think it will be relatively easy. And then once the juice fast is done, then I can go back to the city, I guess, and move on to some whole food. Which, that's starting to be the plan in my head, because I also need to be in a position with good internet to do some grading for IB Global Politics, which needs to be done towards the end of April. So it'd be useful to be in a good context for that.
just be nice to be back in the city because of the sort of extremely many options there are with regards to food, particularly in in certain areas. So that's the plan. Just try and get some more music done moving forward and stop fucking around and whining about shit and just get stuff done. But I think that's all I've got to say today, so I'll leave it there.
Checking in at the end of day 17 then. What to report on today? Not all that much. Didn't really get much done. Did my class in the morning, did my Wim Hof. Other than that, I lied down quite a lot, did really very little. Not really got much motivation for creativity right now. I tried writing for a while, but the idea I had, I don't know, just wasn't really happy with it, particularly after I listened to a podcast about Simone Weil, very interesting character, well worth looking up. I need to read more into her. She was some kind of, she was a French revolutionary that really tried to live in accordance with her beliefs as much as possible, to the point of doing very strange things like working in factories a lot of the time, despite being a philosopher, and sleeping on the floor and things like that, and also fighting on the front line in the Spanish Civil War, and trying her best to fight on the front line during World War II. Which, I don't know, anyway, she speaks to the idea of practice and the importance of coherence between action and theory, and how much of that is problematic in the way that contemporary intellectual life functions, I suppose, in that it doesn't orient itself towards action enough in practical ways like she approached things. The idea of being a saint, basically, seems to be a desirable one on the part of intellectual communities, which, I don't know, it resonated, and her mysticism resonated with some of the things that I've experienced in my life, and part of the reason of doing this fast kind of is sort of that lived experience of understanding the relationship between production and consumption, which today became very clear, that because, it's kind of a vicious cycle at this point, because of the lack of motivation, it's more because of a lack of energy physiologically, which is easy to sort of enter into an acceptance of that. I've definitely begun to sort of accept the lack of physiological energy, even though there is still residual energy there, definitely, because it's totally available when I do Wim Hof, and I can feel there's still a capacity there to overcome it, but there's an easiness, in accepting the lack of energy and just sort of crashing out, which is what happened today. And when that happens, because of your lack of engagement in production in your head and lack of creativity in general, it just leads to a generation of consumptive desires instead, because you're not producing. There's a desire to consume, like a corollary desire to consume, inevitably. So it's sort of like, it's not that lack is the cause of desire, it's sort of lack of production is the cause of desire or something, or generates desire or whatever in relation to consumption, because desire is also primarily a productive phenomenon. But anyway, the point is that sort of I've had a lot more food cravings, evidently today, particularly more than anything, and it's clear that relates to the fact that I've been more resting more and sort of not occupying myself with production instead, which sort of gets rid of those kind of feelings of, I don't think it gets rid of them, it's because it's kind of just a different activity, and so it's not like replacing them or repressing them as such. It's sort of just, if you're engaging in that production, desiring production, as Deleuze seems to call it, because I started reading the book again, then it just falls away. Like you just don't experience that lack, which then leads to the desire for consumption. So I mean, moving forward, it's just like the only way is to try to really force myself to engage in more creative acts and make sure that I'm just getting the writing done. But it's just become sort of, there's just an impasse in, sort of creatively speaking, in my head, and there's just not much to say. I mean, the best thing I suppose to do is just go with it and just write whatever, and stop thinking, like I did at the beginning of the fast, and did in the previous fast, where it's sort of just bum 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 bum. But it really is very demanding energy wise. But I mean, I guess I don't have to keep trying to do that if I want to continue the fast. Otherwise, maybe I'll just get to 3 weeks and see how I feel. I don't know. It's difficult at this point to think about that. What else did I mention, if there's anything else to say today? I had a dream about food last night, and then had an extremely strong craving for mustard for some reason today, and then for stroganoff, which are two things that I would definitely prepare, maybe together even, because mustard with stroganoff sounds pretty fucking good right now. So I'll probably prepare some kind of mushroom or soy stroganoff, tofu maybe, I don't know. Lots of options there. I do want to eat at this point. But yeah, I can feel that the desire to eat is not a real one, if you know what I mean. Can still feel that sort of this stomach kind of, you can feel that it's a artificial kind of need rather than an actual real need, which is interesting. It's interesting to experience that and be aware of it. Just, it's clear how much it relates to production, more than ever. But then it's also sort of the feeling of your degree of incapacity in being capable of constantly producing in a way that would allay, or sort of make irrelevant the desire to consume. I think that's all I've got to say today anyway. So thanks for listening.
So this is the end of day 18. Haven't really kept any notes today on anything that I wanted to talk about. Fairly dull day. Did my Wim Hof, which was pretty pleasant, and it has been very good to keep doing that throughout this fast for sure. The only issue that I have is that it does definitely affect energy levels. I mean, it's been quite draining, I think, such that it was okay at the beginning, but now it sort of has taken away the energy that I did have available to do other things. I don't know, I've just really, the past few days just really lacked creative energy, more motivation. I just really can't be bothered, and just feel bored at this point. And I can't seem to get that boredom transferred into a creative outlet. So what I've ended up doing is, today I watched a movie for the first time during this fast. I did watch 2 episodes of a TV show before, actually, which I didn't really want to do, but at some point it was just like, oh, whatever, I need to lie down, I'll do something. I've been trying to read. I don't know, I've just not got much left to say in terms of writing at the moment. I mean, I've written a hell of a lot of stuff over the past few months, to be honest. Like there's just so much published, so many poems that, I think it's just exhausted, really, the capacity. And so maybe doing this fast earlier would have been more wise, like when there was more creative sort of creativity left, and I don't know, the music situation, it requires too much energy that I don't have to sit down and get through it and do all the layering, and it's just don't have the energy or the patience, basically. So I did watch a movie today, which was actually about R.D. Laing. It was crap, really. It's got good reviews, but it was pretty disappointing. The dialogue was almost non-existent. It was one of those typical sort of contemporary movies where it was just all sort of kind of bollocks events in his life rather than any meaningful exploration of his ideas, which was extremely disappointing, to be honest, and a waste of time. I wouldn't recommend that movie to anybody. I'd give it a 4 out of 10, probably less. Very, very frustrating. Much better just to read some of his work or watch his interviews, which was linked in the practical poem that I put up on YouTube a while ago. I mean, the main thing I think moving forward is trying to get an audience for some of this stuff. Not that I care, I mean, none of it's designed for an audience, and the fast was simply a desire to explore what happens under the conditions of a fast, really, particularly in terms of sort of mentally, I suppose, what happens. I don't know if mentally is the right word, but sort of, how it affects personality, subjectivity, etc., etc. And I don't know, I mean, it seems that the major interesting elements of that were early on in the fast rather than now, although I'm sure if you push towards the end of the fast where it becomes close to starvation, then you'll get this other sort of experience. It's just this middle period is extremely tedious. And I've been extremely hungry today. I can tell that the hunger isn't a need. It's definitely a want still. Like I can perceive it because I can perceive it as being similar to, hunger as it normally exists, when you're just famished and you've got that feeling in the stomach and it's just like, Argh. It feels like that, so I can only perceive it as being a want, not a need, but nevertheless it's becoming increasingly overwhelming. Or, I mean, it's like I could definitely continue with it as it is. I just don't really feel a purpose at the moment for doing so. I'm just not sure now sort of why I'm bothering, because I feel like the things that I wanted to explore have kind of been explored now, in terms of creativity and so on. But maybe I'll give it a go tomorrow and just try to write and see what comes out, because there's no point in not doing that. I mean, now it's just a case of taking it sort of day by day and just seeing how it feels. I'll be happy to get to 3 weeks, and if that's that, then that's that, because it'd also be nice just to wrap things up, get back to eating normally. I want to get this tattoo done that I've designed, but not quite finished, kind of need a bit of help with it. I want to get that done in the city and then go to the Caribbean. So that may as well happen sooner rather than later if I'm just sitting here not having a very good time because I'm just really quite bored, and not really doing what I was intending to do, which is sort of
produce music and produce words for that music. It's just not really happening now. But maybe, I don't know, who knows, moving forward still, whether there's some creativity left. It's more just the energy and sort of, I don't know, I get up, I do the Wim Hof, and then I sit down for 20 minutes, my back really fucking hurts. And so I try and do some creative work. Today I did some drawing, because I was trying to get this tattoo design sorted out, but couldn't really get it the way I wanted. I need to keep working on it. And then, yeah, I just gave up and came downstairs and just lied down because I was just knackered and just not in the mood. Just a general lack of drive, I suppose, at this point. Which, yeah, I mean, it's just sort of a need to keep producing and producing and producing, which is, there's a limit. You've got to eat something, I think, really, just to keep the energy levels up enough to be able to do that. So, I mean, as my friend suggested, which I'd already sort of developed out as an idea, probably, if I'm still just feeling the same way this week, then I'll start moving on to a juice fast, and then start eating some fruit later on in the week, and then see what happens in terms of things, and then maybe next week start eating some whole meals and then maybe leave. But that's kind of the idea at the moment, but I mean, who knows, we'll just see what it feels like tomorrow. Still been an interesting experience, definitely recommend people to do it. And I think it's sort of indicated to me sort of that fasting really, I mean, definitely has a place in sort of everyday life, and sort of, I don't know, doing it for a week every few months perhaps, or something like that, is a desirable thing to do. It's kind of trying to work out moving forward what place fasting will have in my life. But I think that would be something. I think sort of doing it, I mean, trying it day on, day off, which I tried once before, was just not enjoyable, and was just, you didn't get any of the benefits. I think you've got to move through those first 3 days to get into ketosis and get past basic stuff for it to be meaningful. So there's not really a point in doing less than 5 days, or probably 7 days. So it's probably best to do a week every 3 months, perhaps. That's what I'm going to think about. Or maybe, yeah, something along those lines. I don't know. But yeah, definitely going to become part of life. Alright, well, I'm just going to leave it there. So, end of day 19. Just thinking the fast is coming to an end now. Don't feel like there's much more to gain from it. Just kind of got bored, and it's become tedious because I have energy for about half the day, and then the rest I've just been spending in bed. Not really doing very much, just reading, and just distracting myself. Definitely a lot of food cravings now too. At about 56 kilos, so I mean, I would say probably started at 66. I mean, weight loss then around 15%, which is probably about the limit of what it should be anyway. As I said before in the previous cast, that I thought 55 would be the limit. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go and get some juice after my class tomorrow and start slowly bringing food back in during this week. Just trying to work out my plans now, because I wanted to go to Mexico City to get a tattoo done and then go to the coast, but the rent prices in Mexico City right now, from what I can find, are just ridiculous. I can't find anything cheap. I had somewhere set up, but then the girl accidentally booked it on Airbnb, and so now I can't go there, which sucks. So I'm struggling to find anything. I hoped I could stay with my friend, but I can't. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might just go straight to the coast, I guess. I don't really know what to do. I would like to be back in the city just for a few weeks to get food back in, because there's a lot of good options and it's very easy to get good whole food and cook. So I might just have to take the hit and pay fucking stupid amount of money for rent, like 15,000 pesos, which is just ridiculous. So I don't know. Anything else I'm going to talk about today? I mean, I've already reflected on the fast really, and I think the value of doing it, but there's definitely a limit in terms of usefulness with regards to it being a productive activity. So anyway, I'm going to keep. I'll see how things are tomorrow. I'm not dead set, but I think I'm just going to get some juice and maybe later on in the day after that sort of cook some fruit and make it really mushy and then eat some of that perhaps, depending on how digestion goes. See if there's any carrot juice, that'd probably be best. Okay, I'll leave it there. So, ended the fast today, as I was talking about before. Didn't really feel much point in continuing because the sort of creative energy and so on had depleted, and just became feeling pretty nauseous and bored. I could have continued for sure. It wasn't really that bad. I didn't feel that bad. I just needed to rest all day, and I wasn't in the mood to do that, and I prefer not to sacrifice my time doing that when I've not got that much longer left before this year, just to get through things. I started to eat today with some watermelon, ate half a watermelon, kind of just guessed the quantities, followed some guidance online, seemed to be about right. Still feel very hungry right now. Tomorrow I'll eat a whole melon and see how that goes down, and then just keep progressing. Probably eat some bananas or something on Wednesday. Keep just building up with fruit, and then eat some veg. And then looking to go back to the city next week. Need to get a tattoo done, and then eat some good food when I'm back there, and then make a decision about where to go next, really. Just need to go somewhere with good internet, and to relax for a while, and then go to the coast. Now thinking about it, I might go to Chiapas, because I think I've got time, and it should be cheap. So I'll think about that. San Miguel, I guess. Not San Miguel. Yeah. Anyway, it's interesting. Just how much once you start eating again, the sort of this compelling drive to consume food really becomes even stronger than it was prior. It was clear that the food drive was not real hunger. It was sort of social hunger, or whatever you want to say, sort of coming from the stomach, not coming from a deep place. But yeah, it's definitely once you start consuming, you just enter into a desire to consume more. The desire to sort of fill yourself up, which I think relates to the fact that we've tragically constructed desire so much in relation to lack that it's kind of inevitable that we end up living our lives with this sort of existential hole, because it's sort of the constant narrative that's developed around desire, rather than us sort of abandoning that and seeing things as a positive to be pursued instead. Anyway, I'm not going to get into much more. I'm just going to leave it there. Maybe I'll add another reflection tomorrow. I don't know. But anyway, it was a very interesting experience overall. Well worth doing, and definitely going to continue doing it at different times, particularly when there's a sort of feeling that there's been, I don't know, that there's just a need to escape the consumerist reality, I suppose.
So I broke the fast on Monday. It's Thursday. I was going very slowly with the refeeding process. I started with watermelon, then moved to some other melon on Tuesday, and then Wednesday I was like, okay, I have a full salad because it felt okay. I had one and I was fine. Today I was definitely overly ambitious, and for some stupid reason added some seasoning to some food, and the seasoning, which was just some cumin basically and pepper, has really fucked up my stomach. So don't do that after a fast. Just stay on plain food for as long as possible. Actually just avoid seasoning entirely. I presume it was the seasoning, but I also moved to having some lentils, and then thought chickpeas would be okay, but it's just too substantial. It just made me feel sick. So it's much better just to stay, as the guidance said, just stay low with clean green food for as long as possible, because now I feel fucking rough. Not that bad, just like diarrhea and generally an irritated intestinal system, digestive tract, which is exactly what you don't want after a fast. So I don't know why I did it. It's sort of embarrassingly lack of self-control after having a fast and being in such control. It's almost like a desire to lose control in response, which is just sort of pathological and self-hating. So it's disappointing to see that in yourself. Just needed to act with more due, gratitude of the gravity of the situation, and keep going with the slow process of food rather than giving in to desire for fucking consumption. Pathetic, really, after everything I've written. So now I just have to nurse this with water and a crappy night's sleep, and return to melon tomorrow exclusively. Disappointing in myself to see that kind of self-control and just jumping the gun, which is just not what you should be doing at all. Lesson learned.